Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Granddaddy. I am, as ever, and as always, the Lore Runner. Wow, he was apparently more tired than he thought he was. Good lord. This is going to be a little bit of a shift. I'm just going to be real. This is going to be interesting, shifting down from Mega Man X8 to Mega Man 1. In fact, let's look up something. Let's look this up. Mega Man X8 came out in 2004. Which is nowhere near as recent as I actually thought it would be. That's weird to think about that. That's a while ago. It's a couple minutes ago. Apparently, Eclectic Sub. I didn't even check that. I'm sorry. Normally, I check that as part of my morning thing. Let's double check. Do we have a message? We do from 15 hours ago, and it says, "Dear Lore, you suck. I hate you. If you ever do a polemic stream again, I'm going to." Oh my gosh. Oh my god, Eclectic. That poor. Why would you do that to that? Okay, well, don't worry. I will never do a stream of that nature again. Thank you, Eclectic, very much for the sub. I will put that towards never streaming again. You have to give me a moment here. And I have got that towards Okami HD. Mega Man 1. My goodness, there's a lot to talk about here. And I'm going to talk a little bit before we start because this is not a long game. Although we'll probably die a lot, but yeah, that's okay. Dying, it's part of the experience, right? It's part of how this works, you know. We're supposed to get that kind of vibe from it. By the way, this came out in 87 for a bit of perspective. And that may not sound super early on in video gaming development, but just to give you a little bit of perspective, this predates Ninja Gaiden. Now, I don't bring that up randomly, because the Ninja Gaiden thing is actually important. Most people look at Ninja Gaiden when they think of the phrase Nintendo Hard. Did you know that most people think this, and I tend to agree, that the actual game that codified the concept of Nintendo Hard is this very game, Mega Man 1? Because Mega Man 1 is Nintendo Hard. Now, if you don't know what Nintendo Hard is something that is not well-designed difficulty, but is unfairly difficult. And, well, Mega Man 1 has some good and it has some bad. Oh, by the way, Battletoads came out 4 years after this, just to give you perspective on that one. Well, I don't know what else to say, really, about Mega Man 1 and the difficulty of it, other than the fact that of the various Mega Man games we're going to be playing over the next week or two, this is the one I am second most worried about. Because, oh boy, yeah. That's past, right? Actually, I'm busy. Ask me again in a minute. Ask me in a minute. I gotta write down French. I gotta write French philosopher's name correctly. First of all, hello, there we go. Thank you, French philosopher, very much. I will put that down for XCOM 2. Oh, and I got yours towards Okami. Anyway, so this game, this is kind of a funny one. They were originally, okay, Capcom back in the day, they used to make arcade games, like most of the game developers of the time did. And almost all of their NES games prior to Mega Man 1 were just ports of their various arcade games. None of which really sold all that well, and none of which really put Capcom on the map. They were just one of the developers, right? Now, what's funny is you're thinking, oh, so Mega Man 1 is when they exploded in popularity. No, Mega Man 1 was something that was reasonably well selling, but it was something they were throwing together because they essentially just wanted their own franchise. They wanted to start their own thing specific to consoles. You 6 people, go make this game. No, I'm not joking. Mega Man 1 was made by 6 people. Now, there's a lot of information and misinformation about Mr. Inafune when it comes to this, which is funny because Inafune himself has always been quite open and honest about his role in the franchise. He was brought in after the game had already started production and wasn't really in charge to any extent, even in the original Mega Man 1. In fact, he was just one of the team, right? So he did actually, he did what they call dotting. I've actually talked about dotting before. Dotting is when you take the character sketches and you have a graph paper and you actually fill in the graphs to decide what is going to be the sprite So Inafune does get credit for actually designing the sprites based on the original artwork, and he did do some of the original artwork, and he did some of the original character design. Fun fact, the first character that Inafune ever designed was actually Elecman, which is apparently his favorite robot master to this very day. Anyways, most people involved, including Inafune, have all said the same thing about this game. It sucks, and they're embarrassed to even admit that they worked on it. Now, I'm not saying that to bash the game, because I understand perfectly if you asked me what I thought of, for example, my early ruminations or my early streams, I would say they suck, and I'm embarrassed to even admit that they're there. In some cases, I have effectively delisted them off of YouTube because they're that terrible. There's other pragmatic reasons for doing that as well. So I'm kind of with them on that, you know? I'm sure most of us have that kind of vibe of, oh, God, why did I ever make that? Jesus, what is wrong with me? But yes, I have a small list here of things that are different about Mega Man 1, just by virtue of the fact that they had no idea what they were doing, and were throwing things at the wall. Mega Man 1 has a score system, which none of the other Mega Mans do. Mega Man has a thing where in the info, the iframes you get, the invincibility frames, don't actually affect certain things. For example, spikes. They're not iframes, that's basically what it is. They prevent you from taking additional hits from some enemies, but not all enemies, and some shots, but not all shots. So iframes weren't really fully a thing yet. Also, buoyancy doesn't actually happen when it comes to the water. There is no Wily Castle map. This is the only Mega Man game that has hazards in the corridor leading up to the Robot Master. This is the only Mega Man game in which Dr. Wily's UFO is red and gold instead of blue and gold. This is the only Mega Man game that does not have ready. It's the only one that has different noises for the weapons, the only one in which you can continue playing levels even after you beat the game. The only one in which a Robot Master stage must be fought a second time if stage 3 played. The Robot Masters, thanks to memory limitations and hardware limitations, were limited to only three or four characters, so that's why it's Elec Man instead of Electricity Man, stuff like that. Guts Man instead of Strength Man. There's a few other things, which we're going to kind of zip through here. But I'll be showing off some of these as we go. But there's one other thing I want to share, and you know it's coming. You know how this is happening. So I'm going to read from you. I've got a copy of it right here. The North American Instruction Manual. It's Mega Man versus the powerful leaders and fighting forces of Monsteropolis, that strange, multifaceted land of robot-like humanoids. The brilliant scientist Dr. Light conceived the construction of fully operational human-like experimental robots to perform specific everyday duties. Dr. Light and his assistant Dr. Wily, encouraged by their first near-human robot, Mega Man, proceeded to develop 6 additional humanoids, all programmed to perform prescribed rituals. But with the exception of Mega Man, all of Dr. Light's near-human robot experimentation went awry. Assistant Dr. Wily turned disloyal, reprogramming Dr. Light's humanoids, now bent on destroying opposition so Dr. Wily could control the world and its resources. Resisting reprogramming, somehow, Mega Man is chosen as the defender of the universe and its inhabitants. Mega Man dares to single-handedly penetrate 7 separate empires of Monsteropolis, eliminating the leaders and the followers of these sovereignties. Now, if it's not obvious, that is absolutely fraught with not just mistranslations, but straight up making stuff up. Here's the thing. So this is just, I'm trying to process this in my brain and I'm failing at it. By all accounts that I've read, Mega Man, that is to say Rockman, was designed for the United States audience. This was designed to be a game for the US. Okay? Now I want you to remember that for everything we talked about how they only looked at Japanese sales and how that they only cared about the Japanese side of things. Now, here's the shtick. Here's the reason that mentality exists. Mega Man 1 sold terribly in the States. And so they automatically... No, oh, hang on. Sorry, there's actually an addendum there. Mega Man 1 sold terribly in the States and sold really well in Japan. I'm exaggerating. It sold much better in Japan. There we go. That's a more accurate statement. So they assumed that there was no American audience for Mega Man, and continue to assume that for the rest of their entire franchise, which is about 20 years after this point. For 20 years, they just assume that the American audience doesn't exist or doesn't matter because of that initial thing. By the way, from Mega Man 2 and onwards, this game will continue, and this entire franchise will continue to sell better in the West than it will in Japan. Inafune himself has gone on record several times. Sorry, I keep quoting Inafune. If you're wondering, it's because he's one of the only developers who regularly takes interviews about Mega Man. And when it comes to behind the scenes for stuff that happened 30 years ago, we kind of have to rely on 40 years ago. We have to rely on interviews a lot in order to get some information. So I'm kind of leaning on a lot of what he said, so take all this with a grain of salt. But he mentioned that his biggest reason, his biggest mentality for why it is that it didn't sell well initially in the States is entirely because of this. Now, this is infamous for several reasons, and most of those reasons are good reasons. There's a good reasons for that to be infamous. I should probably mention I actually found an interview by the gentleman who actually inked and designed this. So here's the thing. When they were sitting down and porting this to the American audience, this game was for. I want to re-stress that point. They're like, okay, cool. So we need to do this. You know what? Let's go ahead and put this together. We need to make it very Western, and we need to make it stylized. Here, I need this tomorrow. In fact, the actual person who wrote that, I had his name written down here and I've completely lost it, but the actual person who drew this was given exactly 6 hours to work on this. 6 hours. Now, hang on, it gets worse than that. Yeah, 1 second. Hang on. Oh, of course not. Well, whatever. Anyways, point being, he had 6 hours to make this, so that sucks. But you remember how I mentioned that whole American manual, which is literally wrong? That's what he had to go off of. And that's it. So, no description of Mega Man, no description of the gameplay. All he was given was that manual I just read out loud to you. Not even the whole manual, sorry, just that blurb I just read out loud to you. That's why I read it out loud to you. And told, draw box art for this video game. You have 6 hours. This is the result of that. The humanoids. What's funny is they would revisit the concept of humanoids much later in the ZX and ZX2 series, and eventually those would be called carbons in the Legend series, but I'm getting off topic again. Point being, it makes a lot of sense why this terrible box art was a thing. Now, I have to admit, there's a lot of validity behind Inafune's theory. Like it or not, whether or not something is good, whether or not a product or a service or a game, a show, a movie, or book, whatever is good, is only a multiplying factor of whether or not it's successful. There are plenty of things that are very good that are not successful, and there's plenty of things that are crap that are very successful. Now, this is an extremely complex topic, but it boils down to what's that initial hook, what's that initial grab, how inclined are you to look at that and say, ooh, that looks good. And that's one of the bigger factors when it comes to whether it's going to happen. So let's say you're walking down, it's 1987. You're walking down the video game store, of which there's not that many. They're usually just part of another store. And you see that. Now, be honest with me. Would you pick up that game? It's probably about 50 to 80 bucks, depending on where you're buying it, because standardized video prices didn't exist back then. Video game prices. Now, I'm going to go ahead and admit, I have an excellent memory. I'm actually very proud of that, but I have no memory of seeing that box art or having any opinion of Mega Man 1. As I've said before, this is one of the very few franchises I did not enter with the first entry. My first Zelda was Zelda 1, my first Mario was Mario 1, my first Final Fantasy was Final Fantasy 1, my first Dragon Quest was Dragon Quest 1. Almost every franchise I've played, I came in at the ground floor. This is one of the very few exceptions. What the hell's a review, Zach? This is 1987. So I actually joined the Mega Man franchise as a rental with Mega Man 2. Oh, I should have had that up, but I'm a moron. I didn't even think about this. But I will go ahead and tell you straight out. The specific reason that I picked up Mega Man 2 for the first time was because of the box art. Because it was a rental, right? It's just a rental. And I was going down the rental place like you do. And I was like, oh, hey, there's that looked kind of cool. Surely there's a copy of this that I can... You really... Hang on. Give me a moment. I'm just going to do this the old-fashioned way. It's going to take me just a second. There. No. There you go. It's a little too big. Hang on, let's shrink that. Let's shrink that. Make it so we can see it properly. There we go. That's better. So, yeah. What I saw on the shelves that caught my attention was this. A little more colorful, a little less creepy and weird, and something that was like, okay, that might be a thing. Now, it's still bad. I mean, every freaking Mega Man game has bad box art, but at the very least, I looked at like, oh, and it caught my attention, like I said. So I went ahead and rented it, and I absolutely fell in love with it. We'll talk more about that when we get there, but I just want to share that because I have another story to tell you, and that is the story of Furry Philosopher. Thank you very much for that sub. If you do know what you want to put that towards, please let me know. Thank you. So, I've actually told this story before, so forgive me for those who've heard this one before. Back in the day, getting hold of video games was a little bit harder to do than it is nowadays. Grim Fandango, you got it. Good morning, everyone, by the way. Good morning. You didn't have video game stores. You didn't have, there was no GameStop. There was no Amazon. There was none of that. Back in the day, we had what we could get, which was usually either rental places, like as in VHS rental places, although that's more in the 90s, or you just had stores that sold toys, which also happened to have video games. I can't remember the name of this one place, but it was a really common place for buying video games at. I can't even think of the name of it. So you had to get out there, you had to find the copies of the video games, and video games weren't really super well understood. And so, no, not Toys R Us. This was, I mean, this doesn't predate Toys R Us, but this was a little bit less, whatever, than Toys R Us. Funko, I want to say? I feel like it was Funko. I could be wrong. Not Funko Pop. That's a different thing. Whatever. Point is, you'd go to a local toy store and you'd buy the thing. So what you'd do, I do remember a KB Toys. What I'd do is I'd get on the phone and I'd start calling up places. And of course, you have to go down the phone book. It's this old archaic thing. It was this printed on... I'm sorry, I'm just memeing. So yeah, I'd go through the phone book and I'd just go through there and try to find places. And so what I was doing after I'd played Mega Man 2 and was trying to get a hold of Mega Man 1, I'm there. I'm visiting my dad at the time. I'm going down the thing. I'm like, okay, hey, yes, do you sell video games? And that's how I had to begin every conversation. Do you sell video games? I should mention that I was 5 or 6 at this point in time. I'm not sure which exactly. I think I might have actually been 6 at this point in time. So what you're hearing is this little boy's voice saying, hey, do you sell video games? And what would usually happen is they would just either hang up on me or say, just ask your parents, kid, and then hang up on me. So I didn't get a lot of answers. So that was the first phase of that. But occasionally I'd find someone who actually said, yes, we do actually, someone who would respond to me. Yes, we sell video games. Oh, perfect. So that would then lead me to the second question. Do you have Mega Man 1? Now, I made a point of saying it that way. And that's important to note. Because Delbach's absolutely insane. That's important. If it wasn't for Mega Man 1, Delbach would not be insane. I'm gonna get back to that. I want to finish my story before I lose my train of thought. So I finally find this place. It's like a 30 to 40 minute drive up north. And I'm like, okay, hey, yo. Yeah, listen, and this is definitely my voice, and they definitely call me Lore. Yes, this is Lore. Hello. I am 6 years old. How are you? And they're like, oh, what? Is this the devil? No, I am just from the future. And then they hang up on me. I don't know why. I finally found a place. It's about a 30 to 40 minute drive north of us. I even remember where it is. I could point it to you on a map. And they said, yeah, we have Mega Man 1. I was like, sweet, Dad, can we go hang this out? He's like, well, that's like a bit of a drive. I'm like, I know, but, I have the money saved for pay for this. Well, that's not true. I had part of the money to save for this because this was before Mario Brothers 3, which is the first game I actually paid. But I had some money to pay for it. Dad was going to pay the rest of it. I really wanted to try out Mega Man 1. Let's go ahead and do this. Okay. We drive all the way up there. He's like, yeah, no problem. I remember you. You were the kid who called in. Yeah, here you go. And he handed me a copy of Well, I'll just show you what he handed me a copy of, because it was this. Dad wasn't happy. I felt terrible for forcing my dad to do what is effectively a 2-hour drive for nothing. And I'm like, and I was just beside myself. I felt so bad. I felt so terrible. In fact, I would later found out Dad was upset until he saw me. And then he started feeling really bad specifically for me, because I was apparently just complete. I remember feeling incredibly guilty. I understood how, the value of time even by this point in my life, because this is already when I'd started doing budgeting. And so it's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, Dad. I'm so sorry. And I just kept apologizing the whole way home because I'm secretly Canadian. And we finally get home and blah, blah, blah. What eventually ends up happening is I go to bed just feeling miserable. And, I wake up the next day and everything's cool. And Dad's like, okay, I'm going to go head to work. Okay, cool. So I'm just hanging out at home, doing my thing, playing my video games, waiting for Dad to come home. And then Dad comes home late, rather late, actually, and he has a copy of Mega Man 1. So what had happened is that while he was at work, when he had a down period, he went ahead and called around in the same manner I did, got a few more responses than I did, because he didn't sound like this, and found a place which was actually even further away than that place, and actually did a triple check. Are you sure this is Mega Man 1? We've already had this issue where it was Mega Man 2. It needs to be the first game. And he had them triple check and describe the box art to him so he could verify that it was not actually Mega Man 2. Then he went out and bought it. Came home with it. What's funny is I felt even more guilty after that one. I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, Dad. I'm so sorry you had to go anyway just because for this stupid game. I'm sorry, Dad. He's like, no, it's okay. It's okay. Yes, listen, you need to describe this box art. Is it the most terrible box art you've ever seen? No. No, he didn't know what the Mega Man 1 box art looked like. He just knew what the Mega Man 2 box art looked like. So he's like, it needs to not be this. If there's a guy standing on like a metal platform, it's very colorful with blues, and he's like shooting a dude who's braced with like spandex. That's not it. That's not it. Oh my God. So then I played Mega Man 1. Now, you ready for the punchline for all this? Because this is just sad. So, as you might imagine, you probably know what I'm about to tell you. If I can find it, there it is. So I still have that. It's right here. I still have that copy of Mega Man 1, because of course I freaking do. And yeah, after Mega Man 2, going back to 1 was rough. And even 6-year-old me was looking at this like, whoa! I played the crap out of it, though, because I was very grateful, and I kept a hold of this one cartridge. There's actually only about 4 cartridges. So I've mentioned before a few times that my mother has forced me to sell my NES collection. I've said that before. There were a few specific cartridges I was able to save from that. In fact, there are 4. Final Fantasy 1, Super Mario Bros. 3, Super Mario Bros. 1, and Mega Man 1. Because I was like, no, this is an important game to me. This is the one Dad went out of his way to get for me. I'm not getting rid of this cartridge. And I'm not getting rid of Mario 3 because it's the first one I ever bought with my own money. I'm not getting rid of Mario 1 because that's stupid. And I'm not getting rid of Final Fantasy because, of course, I'm not. So, because it's Final Fantasy. And those are the 4 cartridges I held on to. So this actually is my original copy of Mega Man 1, which probably doesn't work at all at this point. I haven't even tried it in years. Anyways, now I gotta acknowledge Delbach. Oh my God. So, thank you, Delbach. Oh, I gotta math out how long I gotta bow for that one. Let's see here. Hang on. Let's do a little math. Let's do a little math. There we go. So that's gonna be. That's not too bad. That's not. That's about 1:40 of solid bowing. Hey, let me find a song that's 1:40. Let's find a Mega Man song that's a Mega Man 1:40. That's a good idea. Let's do that. Let's see here. 1:40. Is there a Mega Man 1 song? That'd be even better. I doubt it, though. Most Mega Man 1 music is really short loops. Let's see here. We got a Mega Man 2 song. Does that count? Is that okay, Delbach? What else we got here? We've also got Mega Man 4, Mega Man 5, Mega Man 3, Mega Man 10. There's a Mega Man 11 song. Let's see here. So what you're saying, Delbach, is I should do the exact... Mega Man 2. We'll do Mega Man 2. Okay, so thank you, Delbach, very, very much. Ooh, that one was hard to do. I was balancing myself in my leg pretty hard. Thank you very, 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 very much, Delbach. Thank you. I do always and ever appreciate very much. I will put that towards dealer's choice. No promises that I'll actually put it towards dealer's choice. But I'll at least jot that down as a potential for dealer's choice. Yeah, why would you want to rebel? I used to win Star Wars Rebellion through diplomacy. You're very confused, Pico. It's okay. We haven't played Mega Man 1 through 10, except for 7. So we haven't played 1 through 6, and we haven't played 8, 9, 10, and that's it. We have played 11, and we have played 7. And I saw a sub in the middle of that. Or is it? There it is. Thank you, Walker, very much. Oh, by the way, with Walker having finished his lines, we are now ready to be in go mode when it comes to the theater. So if anybody hasn't given me any lines for random one-offs in Undertale, excuse me, this is an excellent time to jump on that and just get a random one-off line. Please, please, please. Metroid Block. You got it. Okay. Yeah, don't make me voice the one-offs. I'll do it. I'm crazy. Now, before we actually jump into this, I've told you the story about me getting hold of it. I've told you about Dad being awesome. I have an interesting relationship with my dad. My biological dad, Lord Dad, and it's complicated. Most people's relationships are complicated, but this is just me being my own stupid dumb self. I prefer to remember the good. You know what I mean? I prefer to think of the good and lean towards the good and remember the good moments. One time I was moving out of state. You know what my dad did? He walked out to the highway. It's Highway 5. I don't mind telling you this because this is back in Carlsbad, and he came out to Highway 5. And he was standing, there's this place where you could just walk up there, and just stood there, waiting there until the U-Haul went by, and he just stood and waved as I was leaving. And I stood and waved, and God, I cried for hours. Which is funny, because I actually visited him like 6 months later, and I used to fly all the time, so it was just a slightly different flight in order to visit Dad, so it was no big deal. But still, he used to do cool stuff like that. Anyways. Yeah, but go ahead, Zalok. Other than... Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. I don't have it there anymore. I do want to show off one quick thing. We're not actually playing this, but I just wanted to kind of show this off a little bit, because I feel like this is a good way to really emphasize some of the gap here, some of the nature of this. So let's go ahead and hit this, and then hit this, and then hit this. Just super quick here, super quick.
Let's go!
Ready?
Let's do this! Yeah! Take this! Mega Man, powered up! Must continue!
Mega Man, powered up!
Now, I didn't want to just show that off for no reason. I actually had a specific reasoning here. How many of you, just from looking at that, would presume, no, wait, I don't want to touch that game, just from the visual aesthetics and the style of it? Now, if you've heard me talk about this before, you've heard me praise the ever-living crap out of that game. Please allow me to professionally recommend Mega Man Powered Up. It is an astonishingly good remake, and it is indeed a proper remake of Mega Man 1. In addition to the fact that you can play a classic mode where the stages are pretty much just a straight copy of the original, which has the original music, by the way, which is something a lot of remakes fail at. You can play the new versions, which are new versions of the stage, which are new music, and if you defeat the bosses in a certain way, you can play as the bosses. Just in the stages. Not like it's just you just get to play as Cutman. And it's actually really awesome. And each of them have different moves and styles and just movement tech, and it's really cool. And then there's the challenge modes, and then there's the 2 additional bosses with the 2 additional stages that are added, and then there's the fact that they redid the wireless section, and then there's all sorts of stuff. Oh yeah, by the way, you can play as Roll, who herself is kind of a hard mode because she's effectively a melee character. She smacks people. It's really good. It is an astonishingly good remake. I've talked before about the concept of a proper remake before. This might be one of the most proper remakes I've ever played. I just wanted to plug that really quick because holy crap. Anyways, so having said that, let's see. God, I wish they continued that series. So in case you're wondering, well, wait, if it's that great of a game, why did it sell well? Remember what I said earlier. The quality of a product only serves as a magnifier for its sales, not an initial figure. It's not a variable. It is a factor. And if you don't know, factor in math is something that is a multiplier, right? 50,000 times 0 is still 0, right? Or times 0.001 or whatever. So yeah, these games got very bad marketing, almost no marketing actually. And on top of that, it also there was PSP exclusive, which was not only a problem because it was on the PSP, which historically never sold well, but also Sony historically did absolutely terrible job of trying to market the PSP, especially given it was going up against the juggernaut that was the DS. And then there's the fact that there's the whole Mega Man internal office politics thing I've been talking about several times, which was already a problem at this point in time. So the Mega Man plug was already being pulled internally, despite the fact that Powered Up is a very legit, very good game, and they had plans to do more. And God, I would have loved a Mega Man 2, 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8. And I would have loved it if they'd kept going as far as they could with the Powered Up concept, and instead we just get that one. Please do yourself a favor and play it sometime. It's a great game. Okay, so I just wanted to get that out there because holy crap. Now, I do have, and yeah, I've seen that too, Delbuck. I don't know if that's official or not, but I agree that just, oh God, we could have, who knows? Maybe they'll come back to it. Maybe sometime they'll go back to it and continue the Powered Up series, or the Maverick Hunter X series for that matter. I do have one last thing to share before we move on here. And that's the fact that some of you may remember, I forget if it was during the Mega Man Zeros or during the Mega Man X's, but at some point in time, someone said, why aren't you giving this a plus? And I said, well, that's because it's a factor of the collection, not a factor of the game. And they said, and I think Blue of Alex specifically said, well, aren't you viewing the collection? And I said, no, we're viewing the original game. And then several people said, well, we should review the collection. And I hesitated a minute. Now, at the time, people were kind of like, huh? Because, like, what's the difference? The difference is in these games. The biggest variance between the originals and the collection versions is going to be in the classic Mega Mans. And that's what I was thinking of at the time. How much this will change the score of several of these classic Mega Man games. For example, did you know Mega Man 1 has no save system or password whatsoever? Nothing. There is no saving your game in any variable or format in Mega Man 1. All there is playing the game until you turn off your NES. However, in the collection, we have loud music, first of all. Yeah, it's just you play till you're done. It's the Ninja Gaiden thing, right? We also have this, which lists their HP, how much damage they do, and what they're weak to, in addition to being like a little bit of lore tidbit. We actually have a precedence for this. This is called a Bestiary Plus. And yeah, by the way, I've actually said this before. I had someone in Discord say, where should I start? And I said very simply, the X games are probably better games than the classic Mega Mans, but the Mega Man Legacy Collection is the better collection. It just has more, and what is more is done better. So, consequently, before we even get started, I have to give a Bestiary positive for having a legitimately good Bestiary. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Hey, by the way, there's the official term Metal. I'm going to keep calling them Metools because it's a better term. The Yellow Devil, which was actually called the Rock Cyclops in American. The Copybot. Notice the red eyes, very important. There's the CWU-01P, the best named boss in the history of Mega Man. Never named in the American version. I don't know who this guy is, it's some weirdo. And there's the various ones. Created for deforestation, created for conducting research at the South Pole, designed to clear land for development, a waste disposal robot who controls electricity, and of course a land clearing robot. And of course Rock, who's created for household chores. And then all the enemies. So yeah, that's actually some good stuff. We actually also have some other cool stuff here. This is just for fun. So this is the original Japanese box art. I should have shown this to you here. I'm stupid. Whatever. You can see that, right? You can see part of that. You can see most of that. I love the Japanese manual, by the way. And the launch advert. And then we have that atrocity. I don't even know what else to call that. Why is Rock called Rock? Well, believe it or not, it is exactly what you're thinking. It was a play on rock and roll, and that became a running gag. There was the American advert. Now, this is hysterical. Hang on, I gotta actually switch screens so you can see this. Give me a second. It should be here. Yep, there you go. Okay, so. Do you see that? This was the advert for this. Action-packed, arcade-proven favorites. Because remember, Capcom was an arcade developer at the time. Powerful 1 megabit memory, dynamic high-resolution graphics from the Captain Commando challengers. How many of you even remember Captain Commando? But it was Capcom's unsurpassed quality, 1 million bits of of responsive memory. Whoops! Oh, shoot! Hang on! I lost it! There it is. Some of state-of-the-art technology. You are now Mega Man, the one remaining savior of the human race. As Mega Man, you must infiltrate, break down, and ultimately destroy the 7 separate robot-like societies dominated by Dr. Wily, scientific genius gone mad. This did nothing to help sales, as previously indicated. Oh yeah, by the way, this is the European box art. Whether this is better or worse is up to you. I've heard both sides of that, because it's kind of an opinion thing. But yeah, there's the European box art and European cartridge. And we got a whole bunch of this stuff, which we've kind of already shown off. Just kind of zipping through these. Oh yeah, Ro wasn't even named in the original game, or even mentioned in the manual. So she just kind of shows up in the ending, and people are like, who the hell is that? Some actual state. So this is kind of the cool stuff. Ah, this music is driving me nuts. Hang on. Let me just do this so you don't have to hear that. I'll deal with it. Okay, there we go. This is kind of a cool thing. What they would do here is, and this is common, they would draw it from various angles and then say, okay, now we have to go ahead and decide what colors are what, so we know what colors are going to be translated into the game. So they can actually put the right colors attached to the right sprites, part of the palette selection. And so you can kind of see the palette selection there when it comes to each of these, and how complicated some of them are, and how uncomplicated some of them are. It's just cool little stuff about the design and how they built this stuff. They also have some basic concept art from when they were the bomb man, when they were first actually putting this together. There's one of the original stylings of the thing, which ironically pretty much started the entire world-building concept. Original sketch of Dr. Wily, which is interesting. Original sketch of Dr. Light. There's various ideas for Elecman. Remember, this is the first one Inafune designed, so he was just kind of running with it there. How do we make it look like a robotic city? Well, why don't we do this kind of a thing? It's just cool stuff like this. That's actually really well drawn, my goodness. I'm going to skip through a little bit of this because there's a whole lot of these. Although, by the way, this is the first time. This is funny because this is actually in the manual. This is not Skull Castle. This is Dr. Wily's Robot Factory, a.k.a. the final stage. That's another thing this game is different with. There's no Skull Castle. There's just the Robot Factory. We also see Sniper Joe and his origins there. He would be a very recurring character. Early concepts of the Wily machine, which excuse me, were too difficult to do. And of course the Yellow Devil, which was designed to be extremely easy to render into sprites because they were running out of time. So, there's one other thing we need to mention. So we can actually play the Japanese version, by the way, if we feel like it. But this is the other thing we really got to point out, is the CPU speed. I don't know if this deserves a positive, but at the very least, this is removing a negative of all of this crap. The idea here is, if you set it to CPU Turbo, you get rid of the delay and lag, which, in addition to making the game less, it also removes frame drops. That is to say, input drops. So, what used to happen back in the day is, you'd be playing a game, and the NES hardware would have difficulty keeping up on certain levels. Mario Bros. 3 has this problem in spades in several stages. But there's several NES games that had this problem. Mega Man games were really bad about this, because they liked to do as much as they could and push the hardware as far as they could. But while the NES was catching up, it would effectively lose frames. Well, it's like, okay, hang on, let's go ahead and grab this, and render this, and render this. So it's effectively a form of delay. But while those delays are happening, they're only frames long, really. But during those gaps, anytime you press the button, it doesn't take that input because it's not taking any input while it's rendering. Make sense? So that's input drops right there. And that could be really problematic because a lot of those input drops would happen, for example, while you're jumping across a huge series of bottomless pits while enemies are attacking you, and you want to jump at this exact moment, and you hit jump and nothing happens. That was absolutely going to be a negative to gameplay, which we will now not be giving. So again, this is another way in which the collection is going to affect this review. Okay, so let's go ahead and unmute the game now. Let's get back to here and unmute the game. There we go. 1987. Oh yeah. We also have that button, which is relevant for something I'll talk about in a second. I'll just talk about it now. We have save states, which are built into the game. Did it really? It really did. Wow. Hang on. Now, that gets rid of the other negative I was going to give Mega Man 1. The total absence. Are you kidding me? The total absence of saving. Because remember, Mega Man 1 has absolutely no save feature whatsoever built into the original game. Forgive me for continuing to point this out, but I'm just trying to make it very clear why it is that reviewing the collection version and not the original NES version is going to substantially change the review, which is fine. Like I said, that we've committed to that. We're done. That's the thing we're doing right now. But as a consequence, something that was going to be a negative is now drifted into a positive because we have straight-up save states, which in my opinion is good save design, as I've said many, many times. Now, I need to figure out how to do the rewind feature. I have no idea how to do that, but at the very least, save system, save states. There we go. Okay, so, back to the game, now that we fixed the camera. There we go. So, there's not much given to Mega Man 1. Again, this game was thrown together very, very quickly. No, Mike Tomono. As usual, anybody who hasn't played this game, I need you to tell me which order we're doing the bosses in. Now, please feel free. I mean, you see the names on screen. I don't have to... Oh my god, that's going to drill into my brain. There, let's just get rid of that again. So please feel free to... Anybody who hasn't played this game, just shout out people. Who do you want us to go through? Their names are right there. Okay, so we'll do Cutman first, apparently. Wait a minute, have you played this game before? Shut up, Takoya. Okay, you haven't played this game before. Well, I'll call that good, which is extremely good, because starting with Iceman would be insane. Then we'll do Fireman, so that's 4. We need, and then we've got Alec and Guts, it looks like. So, Elecman or Gutsman? Oh, never mind, Justin said Gutsman, there you go. And then we'll do Elecman. As usual, I do like to continue playing this game. If there's something that jumps out at you as your favorite song, please feel free to say it. So, hang on, I'm going to go ahead and explain really quick. If we did Iceman first, Iceman, believe it or not, is actually one of the hardest bosses in this game if you don't do the pause trick and don't use his weapon thing. Because Iceman can literally 3-shot you from full health. Now, if you know this, oh my god, if you know this game, you may be like, wait, what? Iceman is one of the hardest? Again, think about Iceman without his weakness, and think about Iceman without the pause trick. He shoots 3 cascade... I can't quite do this. He shoots like 3 cascading shots like this at you, and then 3 shots in the other direction. They're surprisingly hard to dodge. You're on a slippery floor, and he will kill you in 3 hits. He also takes a little bit to kill. Most people tend to remember Fireman as the most difficult, and that's because they don't know how the AI on that fight works. But, yeah, Iceman is just... Whew, he can be really mean to start with. I was worried about that. However, and this was something that I thought Mega Man X1 did, and I was wrong about, Mega Man 1 starts you with the cursor on the stage you're supposed to start with. So I don't think I'm going to give a positive for this, but at the very least, this is definitely not the negative we gave to Mega Man X1. Because in Mega Man X1, you are supposed to do Chill Penguin first. That was one of the only flaws of that game, was you're supposed to do Chill Penguin first. Nothing indicates that. In this game, you are supposed to do Cutman first. In fact, Cutman and Bombman are the 2 tutorial bosses and tutorial stages. But at least the cursor starts on Cutman, so a huge number of players who play this game for the first time will look at this screen and just hit go. Especially since we need to talk about something else. I swear we'll actually play the game at some point. But we do need to talk about giving this game a codifier plus. Now, there's a lot of things that we could argue. Yes, Cutman's weakness is actually the Buster. So is Bombman's, by the way. Bombman is more weak to fire, I think, and Cutman is more weak to guts, but both of them have a weakness to Buster. So they're both, like I said, it's a good way to start. Anyways, and both their stages are much, much simpler than, say, Gutsman stage or Electman stage. But hang on, I'm getting off topic. Believe it or not, and I'm not sure if this is 100% true, but this is the earliest game I could find that uses a stage select. Games prior to this either had something like Zelda 1, where you just have that's the state, that's the world you're just roaming around in, or something like Mario Brothers, where you just go through the levels sequentially. The idea of actually having a stage select and doing it in your order is something that was, if not completely new, something that was very new at the time. I wasn't able to find something before this. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There's probably some esoteric game that predates this. But this is actually one of the things that Capcom and the 6 people designing this were pushing. They wanted this kind of thing. They wanted a stage select. They wanted to put that choice in the player's hands. And they felt like that one thing would be a sufficient innovation in order to grab attention. And they were absolutely right. Now here's the other thing. Hang on, this gets even cooler. We haven't talked about this much in the X's or the Z's. However, here, it's far more appropriate to talk about it considering how new of a concept this was. This meant that the very nature of level design had to change. When you're designing a sequential platformer, like Mario Bros. 1, you can make the early stages easier and the later stages harder. Because you know that it's going to be going through in this order. And so that informs your level design, right? And they did this. They did this all the way back with Mario 1 and Mario 2 and all the other games that came up prior to this. If you allow the player to choose stages, obviously some stages are going to be harder than others, but you have to design every stage from 2 different perspectives. You have to design it as if it's the first stage they're doing, and you have to design it as if it's the last stage they're doing. Ideally, you could also design it as if it's like one of anything in between. But you get the idea, right? You have to design it for people who already have all the weapons and equipment and power-ups, and you also have to design it for someone who this is the very first, oh, for God's sakes, this is the very first stage they're doing. All of these have to be completable. I say have to be. All of these should be completable if you're doing them first. Now, I kind of preface that a little bit. If you do Iceman stage first, you're going to be in for a rough time. Same with Electman. But the fact remains, it is possible. And if you're not understanding, the mere fact, I can't believe I'm just praising generally good game design, but it's worth noting that they did bother to do that. 6 people with very little time bothered to make it so that each of these stages are completable if you do them first. If that's not as impressive to you as it is to me, please remember that that was kind of unusual at the time. It was fairly normal for game design, especially in the early 80s, and never mind the late 70s where it's even worse, to basically just presume, well, you have to have this. You have to have this item or this weapon, or you have to be this level, or you have to have these stats in order to progress the end. And so even if they did a level select, it would have been considered normal and acceptable to say, well, you can't do Iceman stage because you don't have the magnet beam. And to just make like an absolutely impassable pit that you cannot get past unless you have the magnet beam, for example, right? You could also do, oh, sorry, yeah, this is an 87 game. So they could have done that, they didn't. So I only point that out to really emphasize just how much care and effort and work was being put into this game, despite the fact that this was so early in this concept, and once again, being made by 6 people. Originally, there were going to be more bots. In fact, there was originally going to be 7 that were actually designed. Now, I've seen rumors that there were supposed to be 8 originally. I haven't been able to 100% codify that. I wasn't able to find anything that concreted that, but there is concept art and there is information in interviews talking about the 7th Robot Master, which is Bondman. Bondman used glue as a weapon. Now, if you're not understanding why that's funny, well, hang on. See, I can just pull up a picture here. I guess I shouldn't actually pull up a picture, but the point is, they re-added Oil Man specifically as a reference to him, and Glue Man is a reference to him in Mega Man Unlimited, and it kind of became a meme for Bond Man to be kind of a thing going forwards, is what I'm trying to get at. Anyways, James Bondman. So let's go ahead and get started. Oh yeah, codifier. Sorry, I do need to write down the codifier somewhere. Let's just do this. And then do this, and then do this. Nope, that's not going to work. Listen, at some point we'll actually play the game. I had a lot to talk about. Don't forget, or don't make fun of me. This is going to be a pretty short game. So we're doing Cutman first. Thank God. Okay, so I've already mentioned this, but one of the things that they changed up for this series is they decided to go ahead and add a points system. Now, points have absolutely nothing to do with anything. It was just considered something that you had in video games, right? So that's how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to have points. I mean, duh. How do you have a video game without points? Why would the player actually bother to try unless they have points? Oh, I was a little early on that one. It's my first hit. I was hoping to get through a decent chunk of the stage without taking damage. While the Mega Man X games are probably better games, I am substantially more familiar with the classic games. I used to speedrun and challenge run these before I even knew the concept or the term existed. Now that I've said that, I'm going to screw up all over the place, so I'm going to start being cautious here. So you notice how a lot of these enemies kind of attack at an angle? And then there's these things, which specifically attack in an arc. That's strange. Why would you specifically include enemies that attack in an arc in Cutman stage? Aww. So, one of the other cool things about this game, and at the very least this deserves one positive, I think. Each one of these stages was designed with the boss in mind. This is something that I have praised many times when it comes to World of Warcraft's raid design. They designed the trash to inform the boss. So the idea here was they wanted the player to be familiar with exactly... No, can't get back. They wanted the player to be familiar with some of the concepts and ideas of what the boss would be before we actually get to the boss. Now, that's probably not multiple positives, but I do think at the very least the effort and work into what is effectively trash design as a tutorialization is something that should be mentioned. We'll be showing this off a little bit more as... Whoop, hello. Ladders are always the worst in all these games. You'll also notice the stages are laid out differently than stages were at this point in history. Just the way that they do that. Oh, yeah, all the power-ups look different, too. The mere fact that we go right and then up and then right and then down... Whoop, too early. Is something that for people who are used to things like Zelda, Mario, and not much else, honestly. Hang on. Was unusual. It was like, oh my gosh. This is just me tapping quickly. There's no auto-fire to my knowledge. Now you notice the stages are pretty short. Well, worldwide sales, not counting Powered Up, not counting anything else, up until the modern thing, just counting physical releases, is 25 million. There is an auto-fire! Holy crap! I didn't even know there was an auto-fire. I'm not using that, but that is a good feature. That's a convenience feature. Oh yeah, no, that's incredible sales figures. Now, part of the reason for that is because Mega Man 1 has been re-released multiple times, and in multiple ways. So, that is counting physical releases. I believe that actually counts the Wily Wars, the Genesis thing as well. I'm not sure about that specifically, but I just wanted to mention that, because it's like the GTA thing, right? That we count each physical release of that. But yeah, exactly, Gingaman. This and Metroid were the two big ones that really challenged level design, which at the time was a really, really basic left to right. Nothing necessarily wrong with left to right level design, as we'll talk about when we get to Mario 2 and Mario 3, which is coming up at some point soonish. But seeing Mega Man and seeing Metroid just kind of completely defy that was just kind of, oh, wow, that's kind of cool. Okay, so, as usual, however, I do not, as much as I mention these things in their historical context, the game doesn't get pluses for that because I'm reviewing this game as if it came out today. That's always been the approach, and that hasn't changed. However, I do think the level design as tutorial is something that deserves a positive. And while we're at it, we might as well just give a general quality of life features for the CPU toggle and the auto button, auto fire. Because that's actually really good, especially for someone who doesn't want to kill their hands in a game that encourages you to fire as quickly as possible. I didn't even know that was a thing. I've played the challenge modes on this to the point where I've gotten multiple golds across the whole thing, and I didn't even know there was an auto fire. We need to try the rewind. How do you rewind? Yeah, let's get a save state just to make sure. There we go. Switch has triggers, yes. I've hit both and neither, and nothing's happening. Okay. Oh, that's wild. It's just a straight... Okay, so that is absolutely, like... forgive me for being weird. In my opinion, the rewind feature is something, first of all, emulators need, but second of all, is probably one of the best emulation things that we've added to older games ever. It's the kind of thing that I think is such an incredible design point. Let me explain why a little bit here, if you don't mind me. First of all, save states are awesome, and were a great invention and should be in a lot of games. But, crap, that means we're going to have to play Mega Man 8 without that. Rewind is basically a better version of a save state, because it is more analog. It's more fluid. A save state, it's possible to screw up. You might save at the wrong moment, or you might hit the button at the wrong time, or maybe you save state in a place that's not savable. This is actually why you keep multiple save states when you're doing that. And it's like, oh, well, I can't recover from this situation because I have save stated in a bad situation, right? Stuff like that. Hell, we've done that on camera. With a rewind, if you've done a save state in a bad position, well, you just load it and rewind it a bit until you get to the point where it is recoverable, and then you keep going. Because of that gradient, because of that analog, Yeah, that's awesome. That is such an incredible perspective, and that is such an incredible thing that I'm giving that a completely separate positive because the rewind feature is amazing. That's fantastic. Yeah, that's also true. When you rewind, you can see what you did wrong, especially since it's kind of a slow rewind. So it's like, okay, what did I do wrong? Oh, I see. And it helps you to learn it. It helps you to figure out what you did. Just, oh, God, that's just, oh, that's so good. If we ever review Prince of Persia, we'll have to talk about the rewind feature there, because I believe Prince of Persia Sands of Time was the first time they actually implemented the rewind feature in game design. I could be wrong about that. Now, I need to hesitate a moment here. I know these games so damned well that it's kind of automatic for me to get through the stage and get hit 3 times. So I need to actually sit back and think about this for a moment. We've got, yeah, exactly, Takoida. I'm looking at the level design of Cutman, and while it's nothing special, in fact, I would be surprised if any individual stage in Mega Man 1 gets a positive. I do have to admit, I think they did other than the tutorialization thing, I think they did a good job with the general flow and design of it. You know, you go up, you go over, you go down, you come back around, and then you're there, right? There's also thought. I always point this out when I think it's good. Thought was put into which enemies you fight, where, and why. Now, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, and no, 5. Excuse me. There's only 5 types of enemies in Cutman stage. There's the little hovercraft guys, who we'll talk about them when we get to Gutman stage. There's the wall turrets. There's the octo guys. There's the little the fleas. Yeah, sorry, Hazardous. My DST will hit next week, and someday I'm going to take over the world just to get rid of DST because it's such a dumb thing in the modern era. And then we have the crushers, the big old crushers. And I think technically we can count the Cutman blades, but those are the big ones, right? Those are the major enemies. Oh, I guess we also have the guy who hits in 8 directions. So sorry, we're up to 6 enemies. My bad. So of these enemies, what do we have? Well, we start off with the guys who do this. Big, swooping attacks like Cutman's attack, as I mentioned earlier. But ignoring the tutorialization, what this teaches you is the very basics of what Mega Man is. You're supposed to do Cutman stage first. There's a thing to indicate you do Cutman stage first. And the very first thing you encounter is jump, shoot. I don't want to overpraise this, but this is good game design, period. This is something to help you get into the mindset of what a Mega Man game is at its very fundamental core. Jump, shoot. And so the very beginning of this stage, in fact, hang on, I'm actually going to do this. Hang on, let's save. Let's get a save state here, right? And then let's do this. I'm going to show this off real quick. This is because it's just having a few seconds here. So, we start off, here's our first screen. Okay, everything's cool. We're given a chance to figure out what we're doing first. We can move around. We literally have to jump, and we literally have to, well, yes, no. We literally have to jump, and we literally have to climb the ladder in order to be capable of progressing. We are locked onto this screen until we are capable of figuring out how to put up on this, and until we are able to jump over this. The moment we do, we see an enemy. Now, his AI, I'll talk about this more on Gutsman stage, but he aims in on you like that. You see how he's going up for me? However, that's also to encourage you to be able to shoot. The best way to deal with that guy is just to straight up shoot him. You notice he always spawns right in front of you. First thing, first enemy is right in front of you. Second time, well, now we got 2 enemies, not right in front of you, but we've got 2. And now it's like, oh shoot, well now we have to either dodge or get tricky with it. And they just repeat this pattern a few times to kind of make sure you get the ideas of jumping and shooting. Then we have these guys. Hang on, I'm actually having some bad positioning here. And death! It's actually surprisingly common to die on these first 3 screens, because most players who don't know what jumping and shooting is and don't know what they're doing with this are going to die to these guys. Now, the best method in general, you probably saw me do this, is to just push them off the screen, because the Ninja Gaiden thing is back and we're giving a negative for it. But the Ninja Gaiden thing can actually be used in your advantage quite a bit in this game. They're gone. They've been despawned. Next enemy we fight. Now, at first thought, you're like, so this is what you call a classic panic move. Oh my gosh, there's these enemies and they're shooting half the screen. Except the first one you encounter... Hang on. There's that Ninja Gaiden thing. Hang on. There we go. First one you encounter is relative... Oh, God dang it. We're going to stay here. It's relatively easy to dodge. Because he's hitting a huge swath of the screen you can't even reach. And then you have that one who's hitting the specific ladder that you're going to be climbing. And it's much easier to be gotten hit there. If you don't kill him, which you can do, he's still going to shoot up here. So, you see how it's like, okay, so first this is what their attack arc is, and this is the attack arcs they're going to hit. Then when we come up here, we actually have a save spot. And there's a small offset from the shots. And if you're paying attention, and I'm sure you are... Okay, cool. This leads to save spots, right? Then we move up a little bit. Now we have substantially harder things. We actually have interlocking fields of fire, so now we're getting hit even at the offset. And we have to dodge them over there, or we could go the long way around if we feel like it. And then one more, just to make sure we got the concept, with a guy who's going to hit you if you're trying to play it safe, specifically to prevent you from trying to play it safe. And then we move on to our next enemy type, which is the Cutman Blades. That's just an obstacle. And then we have these guys. These are to try and make sure that your reflexes are there. The Fleas are some of the hardest to hit enemies in this game in specific. Notice the Fleas are immediately followed by these guys, which are the slowest and easiest to dodge enemies in the game. All they do is they just go back and forth. They're a form of thwomps, basically. Just... And the first one is extremely easy to hit. For the most part, you can just completely bypass these guys. You can just jump up and be like, yeah, no, I'm just going to deal with this. However, ladders suck in this game. Let's just go ahead and acknowledge that really quick. Once again, we are tutorialized on how the octo enemies happen before we get a screen with much more of them. Now, most of our jump arcs here, like this jump arc right here, is completely intersected by one or two, depending how we do it, octo dudes. I forget their actual term. It's octo something. So now we're a little bit more encouraged to try and actually defeat them, and this is when we find out that enemies can have more than one health, because everything up until this point has been something we could kill with one shot. So we encounter these, I go, okay, I'll shoot him, and then nothing happens. Like, oh shoot, what do I do? And then you shoot a bunch more. And now we have the idea of health. Again, all of this is extremely basic game design, but I feel like going through it because A, I'm a bit of a game design geek, and B, this is the kind of stuff they had to think about in 1987. Remember that this was still relatively early in video games becoming a thing to a quote-unquote un-video game audience. Well, video games had been around for over a decade at this point. The amount of people playing video games was still relatively small. So getting the ideas of how these things work, how basic concepts of what makes a video game work, in level design is something that I personally feel is praiseworthy. My opinion. Are they called Susie? I mean, actually, can we check here? It's not going to let us. That's okay. We can check, because there's a bestiary. And you notice how in almost every case, by the way, avoidance is a completely viable option. I only point that out because not every Mega Man game does that. Plenty of Mega Man games effectively force you to kill the enemies. Oh, by the way, we could shoot through walls in this one, too, while we're on the subject. Hey, Cycloud. Thank you very, very much, as always. Listen, Laura Loaded, if it wasn't for how damn good you are in bed, I wouldn't even talk to you. I just want you to know that. Do you know what you want to put that towards, Cycloud? So then we have... Now, this is our final challenge. This is actually something that's supposed to trip up new players. Notice his attack angles and when he shoots. If you stand right where you're at when he initially spawns... So hang on, let me double check. Oh, by the way, you can go back in this game. So, he won't hit you here, but he'll hit you there. So he's specifically designed to not hit you, so you have a second to compensate for the fact that he's about to hit, and then he will hit you. And they're like, okay, so we move. But you'll notice how, if you're going at a too slow of a pace, he kind of pushes you forwards. A lot of people talk about Left 4 Dead and how the director in Left 4 Dead is specifically designed to always push you forwards. These guys are exactly that. Notice he's once again at 1 health. I think Zelda predates this, although I'm not sure which mechanic specifically you're talking about because I'm kind of rapid-firing this a little bit. But this is... It was... Oh, wow. Legend of Zelda was actually pretty close to this. Oh, yeah, you could go back. Yes, you're correct. Zelda was before this, and Zelda does predate this by about a year. But yes, Zelda does allow you to actually explore, because Zelda had the overworld thing, which was, again, kind of unusual at the time, but we already talked about that. So... So then we have this guy. He's designed to push you forward. And then we have the only enemy on this entire stage which could be argued to be badly designed. So notice that this ladder, if we screw this up, it's either difficult to or impossible, depending on if you have Gutsman's weapon, to get back up and reset the enemy. He also starts jumping at you the moment he sees you. There's another problem with the Crushers. They're a little random. So they can do 2 types of jumps, and that's it. They always jump towards you. They either do a small jump or a large jump. There is a random number based on whether or not they're going to do a large jump or a small jump. And you can see how much that matters. You cannot get under a small jump. He will hit you if he does a small jump and you try to go under him. You can get under a large jump. He also takes a lot of hits. So you can actually kill him if you rapid fire. That was me pressing, by the way. I should actually try out the rapid fire thing, see if that is sufficient to do that. These enemies are probably some of the worst enemies in the game, in all in total sincerity. Oh wow, that... Oof. Because they have a lot of health and they hit very hard. Did you see how much damage he did to me? If you didn't... Well, actually, hang on. Let's see if I can go far enough back to really showcase it. They have lots of health. And... Watch my health. Do you see that? Watch that. That is how much damage they do. That is nuts. That is a gargantuan chunk of damage. So, of all of the things that this game and this stage have done right, which is a lot, as I've been praising throughout this whole thing, these guys are kind of... Let's be clear, in every sense that matters, these are mini-bosses. That's the whole purpose of them. That's what they're there for. They're there to be mini-bosses. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. I'm not going to ding Cutman stage, because I think this is a decent placement for a mini-boss type enemy. But yeah, these things are definitely overtuned, and it is the kind of thing that quite a few people have lost runs to or lost playtime on. I remember when I was playing this for the first time, and I actually would have a friend come over, for example. It's like, hey, go ahead and play it. Make sure you do Cutman stage first. Okay, sure. Okay, going through Cutman's thing, and then all of a sudden, you know, death to the Crusher, and it's like, whoa! What the hell happened? I was like, and I'd be like, yeah, no, those guys hit like a truck. You got to be careful about them. Okay, hang on. And then game over, right? Because you only have so many lives. These guys suck a little bit. Now, hang on. Laura Loaded did ask a question. The evidence points to the fact that Prime Directive is only for Starfleet. For legal purposes, blah, 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 blah. Allows the Federation and member worlds to conduct a policy of imperialism, transforming planets to protect and allow Starfleet to protect a planet they couldn't touch before. Sure. I don't believe that at all, but sure, why not? Where's the evidence of that? Overtuned. Okay. Overtuned. So tuning in this concept, in terms of game design, is think of it like 2 sliders, okay? So there's this slider up here, and there's this slider down here, okay? The bottom slider is how powerful you are. Now, what this is varies wildly. That's why I'm using very generic terms. But, you know, based on whether you're playing a Mega Man game, or a Final Fantasy game, or a racing game, or whatever, virtually every game has a relative power, either in terms of how good your car is, or in terms of how many hits you can take, or how much damage you can do, or in terms of your equipment, or in terms of your level, right? There's always a relative power. It's part of the power progression curve. So if you're supposed to be right about here-ish, something that is properly tuned for your difficulty on the upper bound, this is the difficulty curve, should be somewhere in this range, near-ish to where you are, right? So something around here, because if you want something to be relatively easy, it should be around here. If you want something to be relatively hard, it should be a bit above you. Overtuned is when this is way over here. When the top bar is designed for someone who's way up here in terms of power level, but you're not. Overtuned. Make sense? That's the concept. And it's something we've run into a lot, especially when it comes to Mega Man games. It is a very common problem in game design, and usually when it happens, it's because the people in question didn't actually think about the tuning itself, or didn't actually tune that specific thing. That's the most common problems there. Now, I don't want to sound dismissive. There are some times when a specific person will say, you know, hey, you know, I actually really want this to be overtuned because screw you. But that is neither here nor there. I'm sorry, I'm just checking something for Mr. Reloaded really quick, because he's just... He has the worst time. He asked me yesterday, I'm at my sister's house, like I am every Monday, and he knows this. And he asked me in the middle of the day, "Hey, you got a minute to call?" I'm like, "No, I don't have a minute to call. I'm at my sister's house." I'm just looking up something for him really quick. Obviously, the Prime Directive is incredibly inconsistent, yada, yada, yada. But considering that it did actually start off as Starfleet General Order 1, okay, that's awful. Sure. That being said, I don't agree with your findings personally, but again, I do think that the diplomatic approach and diplomatic expansion are absolutely something they're in favor of, so trying to have a workaround for that built into system is something that can make sense. So, I'm going to jot down a potential gameplay negatives for these guys. Actually, I don't even remember what they're called. So let's find out what they're called really quick. This will be easy. Check it out. We'll just go over here. Find the Crushers. Where are you? Hey, there you are. They're called Big Eyes because that's the dumbest name we could come up with for Crushers. A robot made to monitor enemies. This strong foe boasts high defensive capabilities, freeze with your ice weapon, and then attack. It actually says right there, holy crap. That's funny. Okay, so Big Eyes question mark, and we'll debate that as we go forwards. There are other issues with this game, of course, but we'll decide as we go. Oh yeah, by the way, hang on. So as much as I absolutely praise this game for a lot of excellent level design and game design it does, you want to hear something unusual about Mega Man 1? Well, check this out. Let's do this. Let's go fight Cutman really quick. Oh, I'm dead. I actually thought that would kill him, but he had one health left. So, hang on. Let's try this again. There's no going back from the boss room. Oh yeah, there's also enemies in here. I think I mentioned that. Whoop. Pay attention, Lore. Hiya, man. And who knows, Zach Taft? I mean, at this rate, you guys have been... Ugh. So he has a bit of a random pattern. They all do. So, we've defeated Cutman. What's the first thing that jumps into your mind in terms of gameplay when you think of a Mega Man game? First thing. Buster, jumping and shooting. Good answers. Jumping and shooting is my answer, admittedly. Level select, yep, no, that's a good answer too. Dash. We don't get a dash, arguably in any of the classic games. Too difficult, eh. Shooting, yep. Stealing boss power, that's the one I was actually looking for. Changing your weapons. Now, you just watched me kill Cutman, right? Did anything indicate that I had the boss's power in the game? I actually know people personally, or I should say knew people personally, when I was a kid, that didn't realize you could gain the boss's power. Nothing indicates that. Nothing. Other than if you hit the start button. But since there's no reason to hit a start button in something like a Mario game or a platformer in general, the only reason you hit a start button is if you're pausing the game, like you're going to get dinner. So there was a kid I knew back in school who specifically went through this process. What actually happened was he was shooting and he defeated a couple bosses and he paused the game to go eat dinner, came back, and well, here, I'll show you. Who are we fighting next? Iceman. Oh, this is gonna suck. So he came back to this screen, and he's just like, the hell's that? And nothing indicates what that is, by the way. What the hell is that? Oh my god! So yeah, it's... As much as I praise this game for how good it tutorializes video gaming, one of the key concepts of a Mega Man game was not tutorialized in this game. In fact, funny fact, until very recently, as of the early aughts, we didn't even have official terms for some of the Mega Man 1 weapons because all we had was P, or C, or G. It's just... Yeah, exactly. If this is a Nintendo Power, sure. I think Mega Man 2 was the first one that was showcased in Nintendo Power. I could be wrong about that. I know Mega Man 3 was a Nintendo Power, but that was obviously much further on at that point. I'm gonna jot some things down here really quick. For those of you wondering, as of Mega Man 2 and onwards, there's actually a screen where you get, the enemy boss design, and then your color changes, then you go away, and then you go to the weapon get screen. So, the first thing obviously indicates you have gained something from the enemy, and the second thing flat out tells you what you got. Well, you see, Trihexa, it's because of bad writing. By the way, speaking of which, so YouTube shows being full TV shows is something I'm 100% in favor of. In fact, it's the kind of thing I kind of wish I could do. Then again, I've been told I have more production value and professionalism than most actual TV shows, so what the hell do I know? Sorry for taking so long to get your question. You just caught me in the middle of an early spiel. So, let's go ahead and grab a save state, because there's no reason not to. It's not cheating. There is a way to cheat in this game. Actually, no, there isn't. I'm sorry. But whatever. So now we have Cutman's ability. Woo! So let's do ice physics. Ice physics are great. So, first enemy we see here. Oh my gosh! So the first thing you're likely to do is to have what happened there. And now we're fighting the hover guys again. These are the exact same AI, for lack of a better way to put it, as the hover guys. In fact, they have the exact same amount of health, too. So if you kill the bodies, which is actually harder to do, they take several hits. If you just kill the head, it's one shot, just like the hover guys. Now, again, this was made by 6 people, so you can kind of understand why so many of the enemies in this game are literally, whatchapigs. The things that I can't think of. I suppose that's true. If we actually use save states in a save statey fashion, that would be considered cheating. So I'll agree with that. If I lean on save states to prevent something, I'll go ahead and put up the cheat flag. I can accept that since we absolutely have done that before. Alright, so. Reskins, thank you. That's the term I was looking for. Notice we don't really have water physics, even though we're underwater. I actually already mentioned this, but it's most obvious here. By the way, these enemies are a little reskin for the bullet enemies that show up in Fireman stage. These enemies, so we've been expositing a little bit on the enemy designs. The way these work is very simple. This is kind of related to the Ninja Gaiden problem, which I do need to give a negative for. They spawn in right at the edge of the screen, wherever you happen to be at that moment, every few seconds. As long as there's not one already on the screen. As you can see, it'll actually wait like that. And what's really funny is they're designed to not hit you, as I am demonstrating right now. They also will always intersect your field of fire several times, and they spawn based on your y-axis, like that, see? So they're enemies that are designed to be like, oh my god, I'm coming to get you, but actually, reasonably speaking, it's pretty easy to dodge them as long as you stop and pay attention for a moment. Now, so that's the first thing. Second thing we have is these stupid things. Now, this is a type of enemy that Mega Man would use a lot of in the future. These are invincible enemies, unless you do something. We'll talk about that in a second. But these little guys right here, what you do is you hit them, and instead of them going away, they freeze. So, this is most obvious on a Lekman stage, but the whole point is you're supposed to do that, and then hit them, and then get hit, because there's no avoiding that. And just keep going, right? And just avoid them. However, I would be remiss if I did not point out there is actually a way to kill them. Oh, a little too high. Sorry, hang on, give me a second. See, Cutman's Blade can actually kill them. Also, P either means player or power, or I think there's been a few other theories over the years. Ice physics are pretty bad in this one, by the way. So, these are Yoko blocks. Shoot, hang on. I'm on the wrong stage in my head. Yes, Yoko blocks go all the... Oh, Jesus Christ, hang on. So anyways, sorry, these are Yoko blocks. Okay, so we actually got to pause to dissect that a little bit. And I'm pausing it so you don't hear over and over again. But first, I do want to give that negative for Ninja Gaiden. There's definitely a big Ninja Gaiden problem in this game. It's actually really bad. It's probably the worst in the whole franchise right here in this game. It's really, really bad. We'll see how bad that is as we go to see if it blossoms into a second negative. So, Yoko blocks. I forget what that term means. I forget where that's from. I should probably read this email from my landlord. That says that it sucks to be me and I should go to hell. That's not gonna fix anything. Hey Delbach, you still there? Named after Yoko Taro. It makes so much sense. Yoko blocks are exactly what they sound like. They appear and disappear in a rhythm, and you're supposed to figure out the rhythm and pattern, and you're supposed to jump through and try to advance that way. Obviously, they actually give you something called the magnet beam in order to bypass this, but you can't get the magnet beam until you have done Gutsman stage and then Electman stage. Ironically, we will be doing Gutsman and then Electman in that order, but we'll be doing that last. So instead, for us, we just have to memorize the pattern and figure out the beat. Now, this is why Iceman stage kind of sucks. So first of all, we've got ice physics, which is whatever. They've done some decent things early on. Delbach is gone, that sucks. They did some decent things early on, but what they did do is they were like, all right, here's how these enemies work. Here's nice, safe areas for you to get used to the enemies. And then they just throw you into Yoko blocks with one of those invincible things down below. It's very possible to come here without Cutman's weapon, to not know you have Cutman's weapon, or to not know that the enemy is invincible to everything except for Cutman's weapon, because I think there's actually other ways to kill it. But the point is, it's very possible to either presume or be incapable of killing the little spiny guy going back and forth on the bottom, right? So that sucks. So you're just trying to dodge that thing, which is adding an extra, let's call it what it is, a panic factor, while you're trying to figure out Yoko blocks for the first time. If I was designing Iceman stage, I would actually only make one small change to this and just remove that spiny from the bottom area. So there you go, right? Just kind of go ahead and be able to figure out the Yoko blocks until we get to the next screen. So this is arguably leaning towards bad design. Then we go down here. Another spiny and another Yoko block section. And I'm trying to deliberately demonstrate this. I'm doing a pretty good job of it here. Oh. By the way, you can despawn the spinies. So the timing on the Yoko blocks is a little bit different in one than it is in every other one. So the way it works in every other Mega Man game, and I'm actually demonstrating this by screwing this up several times. The way the Yoko blocks work in every other Mega Man game is one pops in, stays for a second, like for 2 cycles, and then it goes away. But the thing is, this shows up, and then this shows up, and then this goes away, and then this goes away. In this one, there's a delay. I'm explaining this wrong, but the timing is different, because in this one, this shows up, and then this shows up, and then this goes away, and then there's a bit of a beat, and then this one goes away. So you actually have to jump before the next cycle starts. The cycle is indicated by the audio. So that's the cycle, right? We actually have to be going off that tempo, off that beat, in order to keep up with them. Whereas, by contrast, in future games, they will be perfectly in sync with each other, so you could wait until the last possible moment, right before the cycle, and then make the jump, which is actually not only beneficial, but arguably better and required in some cases, in order to be able to bypass some of these stages. Or not bypass some of the obstacles in question. So, here, I keep screwing this up because I'm not used to that. That's on me. I'm stupid. Like that. I was one off again. That's on me. Sometimes that happens. This game has a little thing where if you're on the wrong y-axis, and you shouldn't be, it actually shoves you like that. Thank you, game, for demonstrating that perfectly. Notice we're getting a little bit of slowdown, but we're not losing input, and that's the important part. There we go. And we're up. I'm gonna save. I don't care if it's cheating. I mean, it's not cheating until we load, so that's whatever. We're gonna die anyways on this section. So this section is also badly designed. So here's the thing. These guys can and generally do get offset, because there's not only a bit of randomness to them, but it's possible, thanks to them being offset, like the window washer, or the window wiper thing, that Mr. Reloaded just talked about, that because of their offset cycles, because their cycle starts when they spawn on the screen. When they spawn on the screen is relative to when you go that far right. Up, please. Up, please. Anyways. Hang on. Let's just get rid of this guy. Go away. Anyways. So, sorry, let me finish explaining that. They spawn when you get to the right side of the screen. When you get to the right side of the screen, it's random based on their cycles. Their cycles are actually designed to perfectly match each other's, but because of how they spawn, they don't. Like, they can spawn extremely off-tempo from the cycle they're supposed to be on. It is actually possible, thanks to pure bad luck, to reach a form of Iceman stage which is actually not possible to progress on. That where the offset is so bad that you will never get to a point where the jump angle exists so you can jump to the second one. That is something that can happen. So, between the bad tutorialization of the Yoko blocks, and between the issues with the Spinies, and between the checkpoint usage of Iceman stage, by the way, it's the only checkpoint in Iceman stage, the Mega Man 1 stages are quite short, as you've already seen, so. And between the fact that it can actually really suck going through those platforms, I'm actually leaning towards a negative for Iceman stage. We haven't even gotten to the boss yet, who's going to absolutely murder me because I don't have his weakness, and he can kill me in 3 shots. So that's fun. Good morning, Von Falkenstein. I do hope that sushi is good. I'm sorry Mr. Red doesn't like Mega Man, but that's okay. I mean, I don't like Dead Rising. I have no idea if I like Dead Rising or not. Yeah, what's funny, someone already mentioned this. I agree that the second Yoko block is substantially more intuitive to figure out than this one, which is just kind of random. See, I made it that time, but because I'm playing as Luigi, the squiggity pushed me off. Oh yeah, Mega Man 1 is definitely jank. I agree with that sentence completely. Now, we've talked about this before. Jank is not necessarily bad. Mega Man 1 does have some legitimately bad jank to it. I agree with that. As I've said several times, Mega Man 1 was one of my picks for being one of our worst-rated Mega Man games. Other than X7, obviously. Because, duh. So anyways... Interesting. Whoop! So let's see how long it takes us to get across this one. Actually, having pretty... Nope. That's a good question to look. Probably because they remember the good ones. So what happens if we hit continue? We go back to the beginning of the stage. I sincerely doubt anything is capable of reviewing worse than X7. I anticipate Mega Man 1 and Mega Man 8 will review pretty badly. But I don't think either of them will hold a candle to X7. X7 is just, whew! The hell was that nonsense? So what is jank? Let's define jank. Jank is, in simplistic terms, when the game does not operate the way it should. Now, I know that sounds like, well, who defines how it should? What I mean by that is inconsistent hitboxes, or inconsistent hurt boxes, or losing inputs, or the physics being kind of weird or wrong, or whether or not the game actually like whether or not an enemy hits you with an attack or doesn't hit you with an attack. That's jank in a nutshell. Sometimes it's janky camera, sometimes it's janky controls, sometimes it's janky physics, sometimes it's literally bugs. That is jank in a nutshell. And as we've talked about before, jank is not necessarily bad. It certainly can be bad. My personal favorite example of jank that is not bad is the entire Trine series. For those of you who've never played the Trine games, they are physics-based platformer puzzlers. And they are extremely janky and very, very, very fun, and I absolutely recommend them to anybody who hasn't played them before. Even 3, which is objectively a bad game, is nevertheless enjoyable because of its jank. And yes, these are arguably our first Modii sets. When did Castlevania 1 come out? Can someone look that up really quick, please? Ah, shoot. Because I'm not sure of the timing on that. A lot of these early games came out just within a few years of each other. Whoops. There's the Luigi thing again. So Mr. Red asks, what's the worst Luigi thing for me? That's a good question, actually. I'd probably go with Mario 3, honestly. Okay, 86. So Castlevania does actually predate this by about a year. God dang it. The timing of this is so off of what my brain tells me it should be. Because of the cycle thing I mentioned earlier. There. Yeah, I go by Japanese release, obviously, because that's when the game, came out. Yeah, I know, right, S-Diesel? Alright, let me jump. By the way, Mega Man games also have a bit of the problem with the gravity thing, but believe it or not, it's more of a positive in the Mega Man series because it allows you to go through certain sections faster than normal. It's why it's always faster to drop down a ladder than to fall down a ladder. Well, that's one of the reasons. It's why it's faster to jump into a pit than to fall into a pit. That's a little bit better. Oh yeah, wait until we get to a Lek-Man stage. We will absolutely be complaining about the spinies there, because holy crap. Nope. Yep, so that's a thing that can happen. Now that's actually a bug. That shouldn't have happened. What happened was I was pushed through his hitbox instead of being knocked back on his hitbox. So there's another good example of jank. While we're on the subject. Yeah, you'll notice how I hate to rehash this point because it was already pointed out in chat, and it is a valid point I've already made myself. You notice how the layout of the blocks effectively going down right, and there's several blocks you could jump onto instead of the previous screen where there's only one block you could jump onto. So, multiple blocks you could jump onto, and making a clear pattern of left to right to left to right to left to right makes figuring out how to do these ones and the pattern of it substantially more intuitive than it was in the previous one. There's still the timing issue, of course, but at least it's like, oh, okay, so I just do this. And there's even blocks to help catch you if you fall from some of the earlier things. I'm not overpraising this, I'm just pointing out this should have probably been the first Yoko block puzzle right here. Hello, Dream Whisperer. You know what's funny? I have not done this stage without Magnet Man's ability, or the Magnet Beam, excuse me, for so long. Then again, I haven't killed the Yellow Devil without the pause trick in, well, I would say years, but I was actually practicing it last week. But until I started practicing it last week, it had been years. So we'll see how I do on that. There we go. And we're out. Okay, now we need to not die. Very important. We're gonna grab that life, because of course we are. Yep. Make sure we grab these. Get a little Cutman energy. While we're at it. There we go. We're effectively done with the level, because, again, these levels are shorts, which means no dodging this time. No terrain. No assistance. Just a nice, big, empty hallway. That asshole. Oh no, Jake absolutely can allow you to bypass difficulty. I'll go back to Trine 3 specifically. So Trine 3 was a 3D platformer, a full three-dimensional platformer, as opposed to a 2D platform, which all the other ones are. The relevance there is you're not supposed to be able to jump onto things in the background, but you can, and you can just kind of physics your way completely past a puzzle and completely skip it. So that's an example of jank, lowering the difficulty. Okay, so let's type up all the issues with Iceman stage. Improper tutorialization on Spinies. What are they actually called? Hang on, I'm going to get a save state just so I can exit the game really quick and see what those things are called. What are you called? Gabby... Gabiole? Who names these things? I'm gonna go ahead and go back to calling those Spinies if that's okay with everyone. So anyways, Spinies. Improper. Yes, Lunarith, it's incredibly unfair, but I'm still giving it because this is still bad game design. The problem is I'm not giving it a negative for improper tutorialization. I'm giving it a negative for everything. Everything that Iceman stage does is wrong, with one exception. There's only one thing this entire stage does right, and it's the second Yoko block room. Between not understanding how the Spinies work, between not giving you a proper understanding of how the Yoko block concept exists, between the RNG problem, which can lead to literally uncompletable or several minutes of wasted time section on the floating things, and between the final thing, which I'm typing up right now, which is the final crusher, and no way to avoid it whatsoever, other than literal random luck. I'm sorry, the moment you introduce an enemy where the only way you can avoid it is luck, or if you're good enough to already know what you're coming into, which you probably don't, yeah, no, that's not good placement or good design. Cutman did a much better job of that. You know, Cutman gave you the ability to retreat, and Cutman gave you the blocks in order to force it to have a path to reach up to you. So you had a few moments to be like, okay, hang on. This is how this works. This is how I'm going to deal with this. And it gave you something you could do. It put the control into the player. In this case, big empty room. So get right up next to it and hope it does a big jump while mashing fire on it the whole time. Now, that's just the stage. It's unlike NG plus RNG, which, let's be honest, is much more awesome than this game. Whoops. I apparently can't type. Nothing new. For the Metroid block, thank you, NG plus RNG, very much, as always, for the sub. Always appreciate, thank you. Let's see what we think of Iceman himself. How many lives do we have? Okay, we have a couple lives to die here because we totally are going to die because this is Iceman. I want to remind you, he can kill us in 2 hits right now. So if we get hit twice, we are dead. Just gonna do that. There we go. Nope. Nope. Damn, I knew that was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen. 2 health. It is surprisingly hard to thread that needle if it's not obvious. There is one arc in each of those 2 shots, and you see it. It's between the first and the second, or it's between the second and the third. There, and right there. And I gotta be honest, almost all of my attention is actually on his shots. And I'm just shooting whenever I'm facing right, in the hopes that I hit him. Whoops! Nah, I see, I screwed that up. Notice my shot only does 1 damage to him, by the way. This is his entire pattern, by the way. There's nothing else to it. But that can happen. I was actually hoping to show that off, because that's a thing that can happen in Mega Man 1. So, that's all there is to that. Good morning, Darth Medoro. Oh, Jesus. Now I'm just getting hit all over the place. By the way, he is not the only boss that can happen on. Fireman is another very common example of that particular bug, let's call it what it is, happening. Whoops, shoot. You may or may not have noticed that there's actually a... the enemies have very few iframes in this one, which is funny. There is no Mega Man X9, Darth Medoro. Whoops, apparently I just suck today. So, I did successfully kill Iceman with nothing. I'm going to take that as a point of pride, because that's harder to do than it sounds. So I should probably go ahead and just straight up give a negative for, let's call it what it is, bugs and jank. By the way, it's worse than it sounds. Because when you... So, you might think, Lore, you're an idiot. You should have just dodged. You should have known that was coming and dodged it. The moment you kill the boss, you lose control of your character. So, you cannot actually recover from that. Oh no, no judgment, Darth Medoro. Sorry. I was just answering your question, that's all. Listen, I expect you to have an in-depth, perfect knowledge of this game that you've never played, Darth Medoro. And if you don't, then by God, I'm gonna be a cancerous mess towards you. Nope, way too early. That was weird. There we go. I mean, there's Mega Man X Corrupted, that's effectively X9, right? That counts, right? Don't shoot, don't shoot. Nope! That was bad. Yeah. To go back to the jank question, jank is also not always necessarily a negative. But when jank actively makes the game worse, that is a negative. That's the whole point of what a negative... That's the core underlying principle of what a negative to gameplay is. Something that makes the game worse. Hang on, I should go acknowledge Hazardous's donation. Damn it, I thought I could make that. You can make that jump, it's just unnecessarily tricky. See, on the one hand, I'd like to give this praise because it tutorializes the idea of how Yoko blocks are supposed to be. You're supposed to wait it out and then jump past the next one, but no, it's not good. Alright, we're, what the heck is this? Oh, right, let's just get rid of that. Alright, Hazardous, what do we got here? Thank you, Hazardous, very much. I do always appreciate, as ever, thank you. By the way, this game is like a 20-minute long game. We would be smashing through this if not for deaths. Now, you can just say, well, that's because you suck, Laura, and you should just get good, and I'm evil and stupid. But The fact of the matter is, this is an extremely short game, and that's one of the reasons why the difficulty is set the way it is. I put that towards the Mandalorian. Hazardous, thank you again. So, what's my favorite Clone Wars arc? The Battle of Whatcha-Fig at Whatcha-Place. God, I don't remember the name of it, but it's my favorite arc by far. I can't even tell you what it is without spoiling it. Is that Umbara? With a certain multi-armed Jedi played by Lee. Trying to be really vague to avoid spoilers here. Yeah, okay, so yes, the Umbara arc is my favorite arc. By a pretty wide margin, I'd say. Least favorite arc? The first arc of just, hey, we're totally here, and there's Yoda for no reason, and there's this random thing for no reason, and it's just, it's a total lack of anything, and it's terrible. It does, Lunarith? I'm confused by your statement. Oh, you mean... Okay, I'm sorry. So, no, I completely disagree with that concept. Time spent replaying is how long a game actually is, which is how long I put down in the spreadsheet when it comes to game length. However, when I consider the length of a game, I consider the length of a playthrough that involves not constantly dying or restarting, unless that's the kind of thing that the game is designed towards, like, say, a roguelite, for example. Which a Mega Man game is obviously not, so therefore, the length of a Mega Man game is and should be... it's about 20 minutes, it depends. Thought I had that. So, for example, if I was to... I mean, I've spent an hour and a half talking about the game before we even started. I think I got this. If I was to, for example, use save states and just go through the game, and every time I screwed up and died, just go ahead and reload a save state. And then if I was to replay that file, with just the save states, that is the length the game actually is. Make sense? This is especially true considering how many games are designed artificially to make the game longer by virtue of, let's call it what it is, bullcrap. Like the very game we're playing right now, by the way. Someone goes punch Dakota in the face. Just one quick punch for me, real quick. No, if you want to hear... So, the Mega Man 1 rumination will probably be decently long. I'm not sure about any of the other ones. I'm guessing like 10, 15 minutes each, maybe. Something like that. We'll see. It's not like I ever have an intended length in mind when it comes to game ruminations. So, what is the story of Mega Man 1? Sorry, I was avoiding your question for the moment, Dream Whisperer, because the answer is, who freaking knows? Okay, so, there is a topic there, though. And that topic is the fact that they couldn't decide for literally years what the story was of Mega Man 1. I'm not actually joking. So, I've actually talked about this before, but multiple people have given multiple answers over the years of what actually was happening here. Why did Wily go evil? Were these originally Dr. Light's and Dr. Wily's creations? Were they just Dr. Light's creations that Dr. Wily stole? Was this something that was done out of malice, or a desire to conquer the world, or a desire to prove a point, or just because he wanted the prestige? All of these things are things that haven't actually been answered, so much as they've been answered multiple times. There's that gravity thing. And that's the problem. Mega Man 1 has a whole lot... Mega Man in general, but mostly Mega Man 1, has a whole lot of possible answers, and all of these are kind of equally canon. That's the real issue here. Thank you, Don, as always. I will put that towards Deathloop, which someday we may actually play. So they're all, like, they're all just kind of... It's the problem I talked about with regards to the Maverick virus. Which section of lore you consider canon or not is more up to you than it is to actual canon. I didn't see one from you, Yay Man, but if you give me a moment... Yeah, let's just pause that really quick. Let's go check. I guess I gotta check this page. Hang on, let me switch change here. No, I do not see a sub from you, yay man. So the answer is no. That was quick and easy. There we go. I actually don't like the Proto Man version of this at all, but that's just me. I'm also a little bit biased because I prefer my take on the continuity, which is, of course, 100% not canon. I mean, I did write an entire book about Mega Man 1, for God's sakes. Because I'm a geek. That's a bad cycle. Try it here. No, I will never release it. I will never deal with that. That's literally never happening. Because of the internet and the bullcrap. I think a grand total of 2 people have read that book. Not counting myself, obviously. Because someone on Discord begged me for a copy, and I was like, fine, here. And then she read it and she hated it. So anyways, I don't like Mega Man 1 that much. I wrote that back in high school, so that would have been 90s. Mid to late 90s. I don't remember what was out at that point in time, but I do know the X series was out, and I did have that in mind. I know at least Mega Man 6 was out by that point in time. I reference Mega Man X1 in the book, as well as Mega Man 1 through 6. Kind of, Valpatrix? Whoa, hello. Was not paying attention. And now I lost that because of it. That's my fault. Oh yeah, playing this on the NES sucked. This is why I felt so bad. Because Dad went through all this crap to get me this terrible game, you know? And I felt so bad. It's like, well, that sucks. I think you're right, Blowbuck. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Took my hands off the controllers there. I should have known better. Fine, here, let's do this. There's that sub. Thank you, Gay Man, for that sub. Very much. As always. And if you know where you'd like to put that, please let me know. Yeah, terrible game, horrible box art. I've shown this off before. But... So I've shown this off many times, actually. I have custom boxes because I obviously don't have the original boxes for most of these. Nowadays, you usually can't even buy most of these boxes. But the way this worked is these are these custom things made by Stone Age Gamer. Plug for Stone Age Gamer. They do good custom boxes. And these are actually inserts. These are printed out inserts that go in here. That's cool. Thing is, the artwork of most of the Mega Mans, not all of them, but most of the classic Mega Man games, especially 1 through 3, is just kind of, eh. And of course, I hate the artwork for Mega Man 1. And I looked at it and I said, I don't want that on my shelf. So, as I'll show these off as we go through these. This is the custom artwork for Mega Man 1's box art. You can kind of see it right there. Got a little bit of the shine of the. There we go. You can kind of see it a little bit better. There you go. There you go. And I thought that was a much better approach. If you can't tell, there's like these capsules with the robot bosses behind them, and there's Mega Man Defense Center. It's really cool looking, and it's all awesome. That's cool. And I'll be showing off some of the other ones as we go through this series. And that's going towards... Is that the PS1 cover? I believe you. I don't know what it's from. I just... it's like it was much better. And that's going towards Gunvolt. The Gunvolt series. So that's pretty vague, yeah, man. So let's look this up. Is that already on the list? That's a good question. Let's find out. Gunvolt. It is. As your striker, Gunvolt 1 through 3. Done. Thank you again, as always, man. Okay. We got all that out of the way. I should probably update the HUD. So one of the biggest reasons, and I know I already said this, but this deserves to be mentioned. One of the biggest reasons why I was so hesitant about the whether or not we were reviewing the collection edition or not is because the biggest game that's going to be changed by that is this one, Mega Man 1. Most of the other Mega Mans have their own issues, but we'll talk about those as we get to them. Mega Man 1 has lots of issues, and some of those are bypassed by virtue of the features that are added. Now you know what the best part is. Oh, I actually had one life left. Never mind, sorry. Okay, now I'm at the point of game over. I don't even remember X7's box art. Nope. By the way, as usual, Mega Man boss songs suck. It's like an 8-second loop. It's ridiculous. Yep. Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. Hey, Paranoid Android. Yeah, this is why I was really scared about you guys picking Iceman so early, in a nutshell. There are two boss fights which really suck to do early. They are Electman and they are Iceman. They are the two hardest bosses in the game. Excuse me, the two hardest robot masters in the game. Oh wow, that's awful. that's hysterically bad, little Alex. I don't actually own X7. I mean, I do. I technically own it like 3 times, but only because of the collections. The hardest Mega Man game? Probably 9 or 10. So, Fireman is an interesting example of difficulty, but I don't want to really talk about that until we get there. So, remind me to talk about Fireman when we get there, because the problem with Fireman is he actually has an extremely basic if-then kind of a thing. As we've talked about a few times, some Mega Man bosses are random, some have controllable AI, aka if-then statements. It's just my life now. Dying on Iceman stage over and over and over. Airman is a very easy boss and stage. However, he is improperly difficult. Every time I die at the ice boss, I need to redo the entire level. No, every time I game over at the ice boss, I have to redo the entire level. Now, whether or not I game over is whether or not I lose lives. So if I happen to die on the way to the boss, I have less chances at fighting the boss. This is what we call a bad life system, by the way. Unlike Mario 1, where we were able to talk our way out of that negative, I don't think Mega Man 1 is going to get that same thing. Oh yeah, by the way, the itemization kind of sucks in Mega Man 1. Have you noticed how the overwhelming majority of enemies don't drop items other than points? Have you caught that yet? Most enemies do not drop items. They don't drop health. They can, but it's a very rare chance. I think it's a 1 in 8, which I suppose doesn't sound rare until you think about it for a minute. Oh, bullcrap, that missed. I've never even beaten that game, Colin Paluso. And that's probably the strongest memory I have, is the fact that I've never even bothered. Yeah, health drops, weapon drops, no, you have to rely on the ones that are manually left in the stage. AKA the Mega Man X3 method, and you remember what we thought about that then. Damn it. Arrgh! Go away. Haven't decided yet, I think, Craig. Because there's only 2 of those, 9 and 10. So we'll see when we get there. God, why did you pick Iceman so early? Sorry. Just, this freaking stage. In my opinion, this is actually the worst stage in the game. And I mean that. The other one that has a contest for that title is the Lekman stage, which is the other awful to start with stage. Like, starting on a Lekman, I would probably just veto that if you saw... I don't... How did that... Okay, whatever. Yeah, I actually don't have a problem speedrunning Mega Man 2, and I had a few problems with Mega Man 3 and 4 and 5. But, you know, 2, sure, yeah, no, I actually really like speedrunning 2. 1 is, the only one I wasn't going to speedrun. So some of you remember, back when I still had spare time in my life, what kind of nonsense is that, I was going to do a Buster-only, bosses-only challenge speedrun of each of the classics, except for Mega Man 1. Now, the irony is the Buster-only part isn't the hard part when it comes to Mega Man 1, unlike several of them. Like, doing Buster-only in Mega Man 5 is actually really hard. But Buster only is relatively simple in Mega Man 1 because all the enemies, all the bosses at least, take reasonable damage from that, with only 2 exceptions, being Iceman and Electman. Oh, that was a screw up on my part. It's funny how many enemies drop points. In fact, they have, I think, a 5 in 8 chance of dropping points. Which is hysterical to me, considering that points do absolutely nothing, just like points normally do nothing. They're just points. That's all it is. Well, they did... So, funny thing about that Ginga Man. Mega Man 2 has a normal difficulty option and a hard difficulty option. Now, the game was actually designed with hard in mind. Kind of. But at the same time, one of the biggest complaints they got in Japan... Really feel like pointing that point out. So that's jank. That's a good example of jank right there. That shouldn't have happened. So there was a lot of complaints in Japan, where Mega Man 1 actually sold, that Mega Man 2 was... that Mega Man 1 was simply too hard. So they specifically added normal difficulty as a result of those complaints. Which I only feel like pointing out because a lot of people like to say, oh, they made it easier for the US audience. No, they didn't. They made it easy. They gave an easy mode because people whined. I shouldn't say whined. That sounds derogatory. Because people complained about the fact that Mega Man 1 was Mega Man 1. Now, the funny thing, and we'll talk about this when we get there, is this is not proper difficulty. All it does is change how much damage you do and how much damage you take, and that's it. It is the straight-up, lazy difficulty, and nothing more. I will admit, I am incredibly curious how every Mega Man game other than 1 is going to review. Because 2 is the one everyone lists as their favorite, right? It's the well-known, beloved one. It's the one that launched the franchise. It was a lot of people's first Mega Man game, myself included. It was, God damn it! Die! What the hell was I saying? It has great music. It's one of the most remixed songs ever. But it's the same reason that a lot of, you know, classics became well-known. It's the reason why Doom is so well-known as the FPS. Doom wasn't the first FPS, but everyone knows and loves Doom because Doom, you know, ooh. Now, I'm not saying that derogatorily. I'm actually curious how well something like 2 will review on actual review, because 2 certainly has its own issues. Looking at you, Quickman stage. Or Wily 3. How did they get to making a 2? I'll talk about that more when we get to Mega Man 2. Forgive me for not going into that during Mega Man 1. So that was actually risky right there because of jank. That's really bad, aren't that? Yep. But yeah, 2's the fan favorite. And game over. I think I used to have an issue with Quickman stage. I have to say it that way because it's been so long, you know? I will admit, even during speedruns, if I'm going to die, it's going to be either on Heatman stage or Quickman stage. Even on a speedrun, which, I mean, you know, I have a pretty defined pattern for at this point. Mega Man 3 is the one I'm most dreading. I have extremely bad memories of the Doc Robot stages. Like, I hated the Doc Robot stages as a kid. Absolutely despised them. So that's the one I'm dreading. That and 8. Because 8's just 8. Eight and 7 are the quote-unquote bad ones. This is such a waste of my time. I mean, even 7 was still a net positive, but you can clearly see why it tends to be considered one of the worst classics. Yeah, Mega Man 3, they really wanted you to use the boss weapons, which is arguably bad, depending on how you think of it and how you process that. By the way, you're probably wondering, why is a weapon up in the middle of this? Well, you remember how someone... You remember how someone earlier mentioned how this stage was designed? Ugh. Okay, fine, we'll just get hit by that. Around having the magnet beam? That's probably the biggest piece of evidence that the stage was designed around having the magnet beam. Because that weapon energy is there to refill the magnet beam. And by the way, yes, that is once again an example of jank. That is a straight-up bug of getting hit by the bullet that he's shooting out his side while I'm standing on top of him. In case you were wondering what just specifically happened there. And it's because the nature of how this game does collision is, well, janky, like I said. Yeah, I'm gonna do Yellow Devil Gillette. Gillette? I'm gonna do Yellow Devil Gillette, if that's okay with you. It's like Gillette, but a little bit different. Yeah, there are a few of these games where I'm really dreading the boss order you're gonna be giving me. 3 is actually one of those, because 3 can be really mean if you do the bosses in a certain order. Like doing Shadow Man first, for example. I swear to God, if you guys put Shadow Man first, I'm just gonna veto that. Otherwise, we'll run into the very same problem we're running into right now. Well, the whole point of allowing people to decide the order essentially randomly is to test how well designed the games are for letting you do things out of order. Because, again, stage select, you need to be able to do any of the stages first. That was the whole point of that. We had a whole speech about that. Didn't think I had that. Notice that we've despawned that guy now, by the way. No, yep, that's okay. I'm really strongly leaning towards 2 negatives. Oh, by the way, that's another thing wrong with this stage, by the way. Did you catch that? The respawn point puts you in a prime position to get hit by that Spiny. It is possible to dodge it, it's possible to kill it, but you're designed to fall right in its path, and it goes, if you haven't catch this yet, when you're on its same, the same Y-plane as it, then it will go faster, which means the moment you spawn in, it's rushing towards you as fast as it can. I mean, Lord knows that's what Mega Man 9 and Mega Man 10 went for, Set Slayer. We'll see. Every now and again you can see the blocks spawning on the right side of the screen, too, because NES games in general had a little bit of difficulty with the X-axis, aka the left to right, the horizontal. And like right there, it was just a block that spawned for just a few frames on the right side of the screen. Yeah, that was a bad pattern. This might be a better one. You notice how sometimes I get across this chasm with no problems, and sometimes I don't? Believe it or not, other than the fact that I suck at everything, that's not just because I suck at everything. It's because of randomness, which is, again, why this is just ridiculous. So we jump, and then we fail to dodge it, and then we fail to kill it. And then we fail to kill it a second time, and then we kill it. There we go. I would agree with Blue Alex, though. If we're counting Mega Man 11, which, you know, certainly qualifies, Mega Man 11 is probably the best classic Mega Man game by sheer virtue of quality. Even if we ignore some of the specifics, Mega Man 11 is an extremely well-polished game. Past that, so you can go ahead and quote me on this. By memory, I would probably put 5 as my favorite. We'll see if that holds up, because I have no idea. That's extremely bad, RNG. Okay, that's even worse. We despawned him, and we despawned him again. Oh, Jesus. Okay, this is kind of what I was talking about. We have an offset of rotation. Now, this can correct itself. Okay, I think that is officially enough time wasted on this game. We're gonna put up the cheat flag and get on with it. Iceman stage sucks. Moving on. Oh yeah, and if I haven't given out that second negative, which I probably should, let's go ahead and give out that second negative for this stage. Iceman stage sucks. What's funny, thank you, Gum Gum. As ever and always. I don't suppose you know what you want to put that towards. Hmm. Queen. There we go. I'd say he's inoffensive. Dead Space 3, you got it. I think. Is that already on the list? I guess we check. LoreRunner.com. It is on the list. What do you know? Okay, so negatives, negative, negatives. There we go. Okay. Whoop, whoop. I just feel like pointing out, I killed him, and then a bug, a literal bug, deprived me of that victory. I just feel like pointing that out. That's what pisses me off the most about this. I got all the way through this freaking terrible stage, got to the boss, killed him, and then died. I did this crap, legit, without cheats. But I have to put up the cheat flag because of a bug, and I cannot put into words how much that pisses me off. There. Meanwhile, my landlord is sending over someone to replace the AC unit, because that's totally what the issue is, right? I mean, there's water seeping up from under the floor, and they've checked the AC unit 3 separate times and verified that there's not only no leaks, but, by the way, nothing around or under the AC unit is wet. So they're going to replace my AC unit because that'll totally fix everything. I am reaching the point where I may have to move because the wet part, the pool in my living room, is still growing. Yeah, I'm on the ground floor. That's exactly what I'm thinking, Walker. Am I looking for a place? No. There's not a lot of options right now, put simply. That's the simplest and easiest way to explain that. There's not a lot of options here. My backup option is to move into my sister's basement, and which is bad for every reason. That would be an extremely terrible decision. Yeah, if I was to, if the only, there's no places available right now. That's the first problem. And the second thing that's the problem is if I wanted to actually try to get into a house as opposed to an apartment, the housing market hasn't recovered yet, so all of those are several dozen $1,000 more expensive than they should be. So if I was to move, it would be to another state. That's my option right now. Moving on. Who's after Iceman? Who are we doing next? Bomb Man. Okay, well, that shouldn't be terrible. Just in case, we're going to get a save state in, so I don't screw that over. But yeah, let's go do Bomb Man. Come on. There we go. These are an interesting enemy, because their whole shtick is there to encourage you to take your time. By the way, these octo turrets are obviously much harder than the to deal with the turrets in Cutman stage, because not only is it harder to hit them, because your shot will not hit them when they're down on the ground, but they take more hits than these things. By the way, this is the definition of a trap right here, by the way. Yeah, you like that little tidbit, right? Cut our losses and get out of here. Or get hit, that's cool too. Jesus Christ. I think that's still a net gain. Oh yeah, someone actually asked what's up with the jump. I have no idea. So these are Sniper Joes. This is the introduction of the Sniper Joes into the franchise. Oh yeah, hey, there's those penguin enemies again. Although they're actually worse than the penguin enemies, because when you hit them, they explode and do damage in an AoE around them. So you don't want to shoot them right in your face for obvious reasons. Still better to just avoid them. So we've got wavy enemies, platform enemies, and jumping. Nothing great here, but at least some actual thought is being put into the design here, as opposed to just, you know, throwing stuff at the wall, which some of the later games have done, looking at you, X6. Yeah, this is one of those for the times it's impressive, but we don't review for the time, so it doesn't get points for that. And Sniper Joe gets stuck. They're not supposed to be met tools, no, although I forget what they're actually called. Wait a second. There we go. Hey, the Ice Frost. So, Bomb Man, right? Bomb Man is the introduction of collision damage to this franchise. Pretty much. I mean, I'm not saying that definitively, but this is when collision damage started to be part of boss design. And yes, that means that collision damage really became an issue all the way back at the beginning. As I've said before, I don't agree with the very idea of collision damage unless the boss does something to earn it. Like, why does Bomb Man touching us do damage? By the way, you know how there's usually a suckitude weapon in each of these games? Well, the sucky weapon of Mega Man 1 is the Hyper Bomb. I haven't done this without his weakness in a while. I mean, he is weak to Buster, but he's even more weak to Fire, but it's okay, because he's dead. There we go. Next! By the way, notice how little time that took us compared to Iceman. Next we have Fireman. Okay. Oh yeah, get a quick save in, just to make sure we don't accidentally load that. Okay, Fireman. Yeah, as I say, we actually have everyone's weakness at this point. This is my second favorite song in the game. So once again, as if this is the first stage you did, you start off with the Octo enemies, but they're at a disadvantage because you're climbing. Then we have the Octo enemies, and you're at the disadvantage because you're climbing down. It's kind of an interesting little tidbit of trying to escalate that. I don't have magnets, I'm not even going to go for that. Or that, honestly. I will admit, the Mega Man 1 soundtrack is probably my least favorite of the classic soundtracks. Like, I'd have to think about one that scores worse for me, personally. By the way, these things hurt like hell. But, I mean, they're giant flame things. Oh yeah, by the way, these are just the Electman beams recolored. There's a whole lot of palette shifting or reskinning in this game, because tiny memory cartridge and short dev time. Although not as short as Mega Man 2, which was made in about 3 months, believe it or not. Now, there's a bit of an asterisk to that. We'll talk about that later. So there's some instant death. I think this is our first... Oh. No, that's not true. Iceman was our first introduction to instant death. My bad. But we do have instant death. We gotta have instant death. It's very important to have instant death. I mean, is it really a Mega Man game without instantly killing you? Can't believe I missed that. So, Mega Man 2 has an asterisk, I get it, but the amount of time it had in official production was not very long. It was just a few months. I was just looking at this. So... Now, we have the Ice Beam, but we're going to pretend we don't for a second. Hang on, let's just go ahead and do this. Now, it doesn't necessarily kill you, which already makes this game better than some other games I can mention. But dodging those, I'm actually not sure it's possible to dodge those without Ice Beam. I could be wrong. I'm not sure. However, despite how irritating that is, you'll notice it doesn't do that much damage. Which I only point out because most of the enemies, including the one I just got hit by, does more damage than those giant flaming turrets do. So make of that what you will. Yeah, I was avoiding that one. Narrow corridors, hard to dodge, flame things, final jets, boss. I disagree with that, but whatever. No. Hang on. What, I've already cheated. It doesn't matter at this point. The cheat flag's already up. Binary fail state. That's a good question, Linruth, but by all the intents and purposes, no. So, okay, so Fireman, he's just, I'm just gonna throw this thing at you. Hang on. I screwed that up. That's on me. Hang on, let's try that again. There we go. He's gonna shoot at me! And then, I don't have enough health to really show this off. I'm just gonna go ahead and do this. I'm just gonna go do this. I need more lives. I need to show off Fireman, because he has an unusual AI, which, to my knowledge, most people aren't even aware of. We'll get there in a minute. Need to get there with some lives. Sure. By the way, it's probably telling that most people who speedrun this game don't do so quote-unquote legit. In fact, I'm sure it exists, but I'm not even aware of a glitchless percent category for Mega Man 1, because everyone just does the glitch where you smash yourself through the collision and then get through the game in about 10 minutes. Instead of, you know, actually playing the level. So I guess I'll show this off. Or not. Huh. Okay. I swore there was a way to freeze these. Never mind. Oh my god. Okay, I'll just dodge that one. Sure. At this point, I don't even care. Oh, what do you know? There is a glitchless category. Like I said, I'm sure it exists. I've just never seen it. Every time this shows up in a category or a GDQ or whatever, they're always doing the just shove yourself through things, and DAS does that too. I shouldn't sound dismissive. I'm actually totally in favor of glitch percent and all that. It's just, I also like there to be glitchless percents, so whatever. The collision glitch. I don't think I could show it off because I have no idea how to do it. But I've done it unintentionally several times already. Do you notice how he... Okay, let's just get full health so I can show this off properly. Favorite soundtrack? Oh, jeez, I don't know. 11, probably. Oh my god, I don't care. Just get out of my way. Well, like Metroid Prime 2, Valvedrix. Okay, so everyone says this is the hardest boss, and there's good reason for it. It's because he just spam shoots those things at you, which also leaves something on the ground, and he hurts like hell, and all that fun stuff. The weird thing about him, though, is the best way to kill him is actually to just completely Berserker Rush him. Now, that strategy only works if you have full health. Now, I'm going to kind of show off what happens if you don't Berserker Rush him, if you just let him get away from you, because what his AI is designed to do is to get away from you and then do something else. We're going to show that off now, really quick. I'm just going to stand over here, and he's just going to stand there and shoot, and shoot, and shoot, and that's all he does. He just stands there and shoots, and you notice how if I go close to him, he immediately tries to get away, like that right there. And that's it. That's his AI. As usual, most of these bosses have really simple attack patterns. But, since we actually have the boss weakness, we should probably go ahead and use that. Rush him. And Berserker him in the face. And almost die anyways. That being said, Fireman's stage is actually probably one of the better stages overall. It doesn't do anything necessarily cheap, and most of the things it does are actually, like, decent. And it's obviously the Highwind disc. What other ship is in FF7? Name another ship that's in FF7 other than the Kalanka. Tiny Bronco is not a ship in any sense of the word. I disagree, sir. Alright, I'm gonna go check on something. I will be right back. Here, let me kill the sound for you. I'll be right back. By the way, one other person has also mentioned, Laura, why don't they just set you up with another complex or another unit in the complex? I mean, that would be a colossal, monumental aggravation, but at least it would be, you know, something that's doable, right? Well, I mean, yeah, except for the fact that there's no vacancy for the same reason that there's apartment issues in general right now. Favorite song of the game? Also the introduction of Mets to the series. Now believe it or not, that was on purpose. How many of you remember this stage? But anyways, I want to talk about the Mets first. The Mets were originally introduced to be hard hat metals. Like, they've got the hat, they peek out, then you shoot them. Pretty classic enemy design, right? For reasons I'm not actually sure of, they just kind of became the mascot of the entire series. Now, some people say, why don't you just use the magnet beam? In order to get the magnet beam, you have to have Gutsman's weapon. So let's explain why this sucks. I'm not sure if I'm giving it a negative, but I do need to explain the specifics of this. Believe it or not, it has to do with jank. There is absolutely no recovery from this. The moment it switches down, you plummet like a stone. Here, I'll demonstrate really quick. Do you see that? Look at that. Just instantaneously. Just oof. So you need to be well aware of that drop and well ready for it. The biggest problem, though, is when the collision goes away and when it doesn't is actually not as clear as it probably should be. There's some issues with it, put simply. Just hoping for health up there, that's okay. Instant kill death trap. By the way, that's not actually an instant kill death trap, I'm just kidding. That can be, though. Most technically impressive NES game is Mario 3, bar none. That's just a really easy question. So I got lucky there. I'm gonna take it, though. I'm gonna fish for a health up. I'm not gonna get one. It depends on who you ask, Trapin. In the comics, sometimes, most of the time, they're actually damaged to the point where they can be brought in and then have their programming fixed, and that's usually how that works. Let's do that really quick. So, Gutsman. His shtick is that. That's the whole pattern. You have now seen the entire boss fight. He is also weak to Buster, by the way. He's also weak to Hyper Bombs and Cutman's weapon. But as you can see, he's not very impressive. Because they were limited to 4 characters, and Strength Man wouldn't fit. The same reason why he's called Elect Man, by the way. Grab a save, just in case. We've only cheated twice. Once to show off Fireman, and once to get past Iceman, because the game cheated me. So, okay, hang on, hold up. I need to be doing my due diligence here. That's my apologies. Alright, so Fireman stage was pretty good. Gutsman stage is actually pretty decent other than that stupid platform thing. Now, everyone is frustrated. I shouldn't say everyone. Most people are frustrated by that thing, other than Valvedrix, because she's just amazing at video games. But most people tend to be frustrated by that thing, and it's mostly due to the fact that as I said, there's a bit of inconsistency on it, and there is no recovery. If you make any mistakes on it, you're dead, you're gone, right? That's really it. You'll notice it's not that long, it's not that far. And if it wasn't for the fact that there's an inconsistency for how the platforms have collision and don't, I don't even think it would be an issue. Now, before we judge this further, I want to do something, if that's okay with you. Because Lord knows we got the time. I mean, we're already most of the way through this game, so yeah, why not, right? So with your permission, which you're giving, right? You're giving me this permission. I guess I shouldn't even ask the question. This is how this is happening. There we go. I want to do something real quick. Actually, I kind of want to do two things really quick. But yeah, the bottom one is the issue. The first one is actually fine. There's no gaps in it, so you just have a chance to figure it out. The second one has one gap, so you have a chance to figure it out. The third one is the one that goes, screw you. Okay, so let's just pull this up here. There we go. That doesn't... No, that's right, that's right. All right. Ugh. Okay. That is so loud. Ah! I'll explain that. Is there a way to turn down the freaking audio? There isn't, is there? There's gotta be. There's gotta be a way to turn down the sound on this. Oh, hey, there we go. Global volume. Let's just turn that down to like half. To like half. There we go. Let's see how that works out. That's really quiet. That's a little too quiet. Hang on. I can barely even hear that. Let's turn that up to, like, say, 7. Let's try 7. There we go. How's that sound? So we're going to do a new game. We're going to do classic style. I'm just curious. And we're just going to go straight to Gutsman stage. Because we can just do that. Yeah, by the way, I think Takoida mentioned this, but the presence of the bounties and the score system makes you think that this is actually something you're being paid for to do. So let's see how this feels here. So the classic thing is the same general concept, right? Now we're going to try to be really precise about this. Just to kind of test. Okay, so we do drop a little bit slower, but it feels like those are a little bit more precise than here. Give me a moment here. Let me play with this a little bit. What I should actually do is set up a save state here, because this is nothing to do with the review. I'm just testing the collision. So we'll just set up a save state here. Yep, nope, that feels much tighter. Yep, nope. That's, so the collision's a lot better there than the one in... Whoops, that's just me screwing up. You see how rewind would be better than just load stating each time? I wonder if rewind is slowly going to be joining the emulator crowd. Whoop! Okay. So, hang on. So, let's go ahead and reset the game, which is not on this thing. There we go. Reset the game real quick. No. Giga Pudding. It is not. So, let's skip this, skip this. I do want to show just other thing really quick. This will not take me long, I swear. We'll do new style. Normal, I guess.
The year 2000X.
I forgot there was an intro stage. Where we have no weapons, by the way. God, I do want to review this game, by the way, someday. Let me just quietly plug this. It's on my list of I want to review this someday. It'll be kind of a long review, because, you know, there's a lot to cover here. By the way, there's skippable cutscenes. Enemies have slightly less health. They still have the point system, just because Mega Man 1 had the point system. What are you gonna do? More animations, more background, more doodad utilization, more everything. Arguably much better music. Better HUD layout. Doesn't have the squish thing. Oh yeah, checkpoints you can actually see. Warning. Voice acting that isn't garbage. Big Eye is actually a boss, except you can see its health bar this time. It also has attacks other than just jumping on you. I don't like the graphics at all, to be blunt. As I said before, I despise this kind of cartoony look. It took a while for me to tolerate Wind Waker for essentially the same reason. It doesn't change the fact that this is an incredibly well done, proper remake at almost every other level. Which is funny, because most people, you know, think that remake... I shouldn't say most people. Most developers seem to think that remake means doing the graphics differently. As opposed to, you know, fixing everything else. Hang on, let's just grab this, and then do this really quick. Okay, Gutsman. By the way, you can change your difficulty per stage if you feel like it. It actually changes the stage layout and enemies, not just damage and health, so that's kind of cool.
I got it covered.
Oh, by the way, the bosses have voice acting, too. So, notice the layout is somewhat different in terms of specifics, but here's the part we're really caring about. So notice this is a completely different layout. It also deliberately makes it hard to do that out of order. I can't believe I missed that jump. Yeah, no, you can also play as the bosses. They have slightly different movement tech in addition to just having different weapons. They have their own weaknesses and things they take damage from. It's just, God, it was such a good game. Why didn't this continue? I mean, I know exactly why. I know exactly why this didn't continue. It just sucks. But yeah, you see how the game makes it actually difficult to bypass that section, so you kind of have to get the tutorialization first, as opposed to the actual game, which doesn't do that. So anyways, we're just going to be playing powered up now. That's just the rest of the run. Go ahead and get the enemy pack there. There we go. Instant death spikes, of course. Anyway, so all I wanted to really test was the collision. That was the big thing I was testing there, so let's go ahead and get rid of this. Yeah, it also had a level maker and a challenge mode system, and just you could play as Roll, and it's actually pretty fun, if hard. Playing as Roll kind of felt like playing as Zero should. High risk, high reward. She hits like a truck. She hits very hard because she doesn't get anyone else's weapons. She just gets whack, whack with a freaking broom or a vacuum or whatever it is. But she also is a melee character, so you have to get right up in someone's face in order to use it. And just, oh my god. Anyway, so, Elect Man. So, it's apparently a mop, I believe you. It's some kind of cleaning implement. And it's like a truck. What doesn't the game have? Good graphics. And a good story. So there's several ways to do this level. You notice I am going for a specific method here. You can use Cutman's weapon to be able to cut through these. You can use various other weapons to cut through these to give yourself time. The jumps are a little bit more precise than they look. But the reason that this is kind of interesting design is because, remember how you're supposed to do Cutman first, and the game inclines you to do Cutman first? The game does not want you to do Elect Man first, and this screen is how it discourages you from doing Elect Man first. Unlike virtually every other first screen of every other stage, there's no... this is just straight up, here's enemies and here's difficult jumps. Come back when you're ready. And whether that's good or bad is certainly debatable. That's up to you, but I do think that still leads itself towards generally good design, my opinion. Now, Electman himself, well, he's fun. Now, you notice we haven't really been using the weapons. I probably should start doing that. I'm used to playing classic games Buster only. It's a very normal thing for me. I should get out of that habit as quickly as possible because we are reviewing these. But notice how it shows us the electric diodes. Nothing's actually happening here. They're just standing there. Nothing going on. So that the second time we encounter them, you notice it's... so again, God, I hate to keep praising this. You see that, by the way? You see that ladder on the right side, which you can't even see from here? Anyways, notice how, because we start off over here, it's almost impossible. I think it's actually literally impossible to get over here in time to get hit by these before you see them happening. In other words, the game, by level design, forces you to see what's coming before you can interact with it. So now you know how the electrode attacks work and what they're going to be doing to you. Cool. So we've got more good game design and level design. Then we got these jackasses. These guys are fun. Now, there's actually several ways around these. Power-up weapons, being in the middle of them, which I was trying to do and failing at just now. You can also just straight up ignore them, because only so many of them spawn, and just take the damage tax. Then we've got Yoko blocks. Now, I'm going to deliberately fall here, just to demonstrate that unlike some games, which I could mention, you don't instantly die when you fall into an area which you've already been to. Looking at you, making my Dex 8. Now, that was actually really bad, but that's okay. So we're going to do this, and then we're out. Oh, no! Oh, I thought we had that. Okay, whatever. There's no E-tanks in this game, by the way. There we go. That's how that should go. So. You do have to redo the Tower of Death, of course. I don't want to sound like it's like a no thing, but my point is this goes down... Whoa! Hello. That was jank. There we go. Again, you fall like a ton of bricks. As we've discussed before. It's okay, FN Craig. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's all good. We never left the... Are all the games we play janky? Yes. My point, though, is this is a more gradient form of penalty for failure than just you're dead. By the way, Electman is probably one of the best stages in the game. It's right up there with Cutman's stage, which is funny because you're not supposed to do it once. That's a trap, by the way. We're not going for that. Because while it's actually pretty easy to jump into, it is astonishingly difficult to jump out of. Because you bonk your head. Alright, left or right? Choose quicker than that. Okay. Left or right? I should have gone back down. Okay, Dakota says left. We're going left. Always go left. So we have this issue again. Whoop! Okay. Usually I'm up high enough. So this is kind of cool. You decide what kind of challenge you want. Now you don't know what's coming, but you can either deal with the spinies or the electrodes. Right is substantially easier. Unless you do this. In which case, left is substantially easier. In short, left is easier if you already have weapons, right is easier if you don't. More examples of good level design. I hate to keep praising this, but this is probably the only level that is going to get a straight-up positive to gameplay, because this is an actually really well-designed level. Speaking of which, you're probably wondering, well, hang on, what does Gutsman's weapon do? Well, that's a good question. Allow me to demonstrate what Gutsman's power does. There are certain blocks manually placed throughout the game that allows you to, and Gutsman's power allows you to pick them up and then throw them. Now, I said Hyper Bomb sucked, but Hyper Bomb sucks. Well, let me start showing off. You like this music, right? So let's just show it off. Why does Hyper Bomb suck? That's why Hyper Bomb sucks. Now, it actually hits like a truck. It is by far the most damage you could do with a single damaging attack in this entire game. However, it has a weird bounce arc, as I just demonstrated, and it takes forever to actually detonate, and the hurt box of its area is actually smaller than it looks. So that kind of sucks, but Gutsman's ability is actually the worst ability in the game, because you can only use it when there's actually blocks to pick up. Now, there are certain sections where you can use it. You'll notice there are some specific, Good question. I don't think so. No, it does not. Okay. Does it explode on contact? No. In several of the remakes, including Powered Up, they actually changed the bomb to have the collision actually do that. See, I just disagree with that, Hazardous, and I'm just going to keep using the terminology that I've heard used and seen used for decades. So anyways, so yeah, Bomb Man's weapon is actually changed to do when it hits, that's when the hurt box actually goes off and actually does damage. Now, we've already kind of shown off Iceman's weapon. It's pretty simple. It's just the tiny little beam. The main purpose of Iceman's weapon, other than killing Fireman, is to freeze something, and I'll try to demonstrate this here, but we'll go right since we've already gone left. And this time we'll deal with the electrodes. Okay, that's a bad example of that. Hang on. Maybe there's a enemy I can actually freeze here. Maybe. ironically, the only reason we can even go right is because we have Gutsman's weapon. I've actually gone this way before and gotten here and been like, well, that sucks to be me. Now, you've already seen Gutsman's weapon. In addition to being an arc, it actually does a lot of damage. Now, this is funny. We cannot progress, right? However, this is kind of clever in its own right. This, believe it or not, is actually tutorialization for the magnet beam. We cannot make this jump. However, we cannot go through here unless we have Gutsman's weapon, which means we're at least possible to have gotten the magnet beam, and that's what the magnet beam does. Now, the weapons in this game are okay. I'd say they're reasonably well designed. And I will go ahead and mention... Sorry, I needed a little moment to not have sound. I will go ahead and mention that I feel like so there's two separate topics here. We'll get to the second topic in a minute. But the weapons are okay for the most part. There's only really two bad weapons, and I've already demonstrated both of them. Every other weapon in this game is actually pretty decent. You can repeat the stages. In fact, you can repeat the stages in general. But the magnet beam is kind of... It's one of the better things they have here. It's something... So... Most of you are aware of the fact of the concept of utility weapons. We talked about that extensively in the X series, and how most games don't even have utility weapons. We talked about that a bit in the Z series. It comes up all the time in the classic games, because the concept of utility weapons goes all the way back to Mega Man 1 with the magnet beam. What it does is it places a temporary beam on the air wherever you shoot it, and where it ends up, you can hold it down until you let it go, and then that's actually where it's going to be. It's kind of hard to see, it only lasts a few seconds, yada yada. I do like the magnet beam concept a lot. I think this is great utility, and it gives you another option for platforming, because you literally make your own platforms. That's especially important when dealing with something like this jackass. We're just gonna take that hit and move on. We're just gonna... Nope. Right out of that. And the only one I haven't shown off is Fireman's ability, which I should show off at least a little bit. Fireman's ability is one of the two best weapons in the game. There's usually a best weapon in each Mega Man game. Fireman's ability, in addition to giving you a shield, which does tons of damage, also shoots a Fire Blast, which does tons of damage. By the way, Fireman's weapon does damage, like high damage to virtually everything. So Fireman's damage is legit. The other best weapon in the game, by the way, is Electman's, which we're about to get. Now, I could do this legit, but I have 1 health, and Electman can kill you in 3 shots from full health. So we're going to try to show off the trick here. Hang on. We're going to try to show off the trick here. Give me a second. I don't actually remember what the button is. I'm going to have to figure that out. Okay. Figured out what the button is. Accidentally. Didn't actually mean to. There we go. Damn it. That really screwed off my sense of timing. It is not the select button. It is R. Select does this. Now I'm going to show off Electman as much as I can, but he has a nice big attack, which notice he moves quickly. He jumps all over the place, he's very rapid. It's legitimately hard to dodge his attack, as you can see. There we go. So, he's arguably one of the hardest bosses in the game. In fact, he is probably one of the best designed bosses in the game overall, especially given the fact that he actually has an attack pattern. Oh, Jesus. I'm just sucking all over the place here. Let's start the fight all over completely. There we go. So let's do this. Oh, wow, I can't believe that hit me. I'm actually weirded out that hit me. Jesus Christ, I cannot do this fight, apparently. Okay, fine. I accept the death. I accept the death. Screw it. Let's just move forward. Let's just reset. And yeah, he throws lightning at you. So the lightning has a nice big vertical hurt box. And does tons of damage, and he jumps around a bunch. Also, the first boss that Inafune designed, as I already mentioned, and his favorite robot master ever. Okay, that was weird. So notice he only takes 1 damage from Buster. That's fine. Whoops. I screwed that up completely. Whoops. He is, however, extremely weak to Cut Man. You notice I actually didn't do the trick here because I didn't need to. I'll show off the trick on the Yellow Devil, and then I'll do it legit. Because there's really only 4 bosses that I've ever seen that the pause trick is useful on. I remember that, FN Craig. I feel like that was a dorkly bit. Waggly eyebrows. So, there's no Skull Castle. We have no idea who Dr. Wily is. No idea what's going on here. But I said I'd show off a Leckman's weapon, so let's go ahead and do that really quick. That's a Leckman's weapon. Ninja Gaiden weapon respawns. We've already talked about that. This is my second favorite song in the game, by the way. Notice the Wily stage just starts off with these guys. It's just like, yeah, no, this is what you're in for. This is what you're in for. Have fun. Now, I kind of like this and don't at the same time. Because you can't get here without the boss weapons, it makes sense. The idea here is that, so we're not supposed to, the idea in lore is that we're actually punching our way through the walls of his freaking castle. However, this section sucks. Getting the timing on this is far harder than it should be. I can't believe I did that first try, to be completely honest with you. But yeah, this is very much a final exam stage in the traditional sense of the word. This is, you got all the weapons, you've already experienced all the concepts, let's do this. And that is what the Wily stages have always supposed to be. Have always supposed to have been? I think it's a better way to phrase that. I should also point out that every enemy in this game obviously has a weakness, but it's also designed to be killed by a certain power-up. We probably do need that health, so let's go ahead and magnet beam our way up there. There we go. Oh, bull crap. Okay, whatever. Oh yeah, by the way, the debris you shoot actually does damage too. This isn't even a mansion, this is a factory in lore. This is Wily's Robot Factory. So I'm gonna take that hit on purpose, because I want to demonstrate something. Oh, I screwed it up, of course. Hang on, hang on. I'm just demonstrating something, this doesn't count. Oh my god, I've taken damage, but I instantly can't die anyways, so there's no iframes in the traditional sense. I just wanted to show that off. I already talked about that. But it means like something like that just instantly kills you. Thankfully, that's our first checkpoint. But it does mean that spikes are actually more dangerous in this one than in later Mega Man games. So then there's this room. Up until now, this has actually been pretty decent final stage. Remember, these guys are semi-random. And literally janky. I'm just gonna undo that because that was jank incarnate. Yeah. It's a little risky, but that's okay. Then there's this room. How many of you have screwed up here and basically had to start over because you ran out of weapon energy? I'd raise my hand, but I'm kind of busy. Hang on. I'm also screwing up in the exact same manner that I just described. There we go. Raise my hand. Hang on, we're not done yet. Nope, and now we're dead, because we have just run out of weapon energy. The good news is those respawn. It's the only reason that this doesn't completely suck. You can also get here without the magnet beam, by the way. It is possible to get here without the magnet beam. Even if you do Electman stage last, which we did. Actually, a better way to say that is if you do Electman stage earlier. So if you do Electman stage, see that weird thing, and you don't get the magnet beam, then you're stuck. But yeah, as much as this stage could have been great, and I actually tend to like most Wily stages, this... this sucks. Wily 1 is not great. I can easily be talked into a negative for Wily 1. Especially because of this. So hang on, let's go and get a save state here, because I want to show off several aspects of this boss fight, okay? This is the Yellow Devil, aka Polyphemus. Points if you get it, you won't, of course. So, yeah, let's catch up a little bit here. No, it's a reference to my book about Mega Man 1. That's why you would guaranteed not get it. Because in my... So I gave names to a lot of these characters in my book. And what I called this boss was Polyphemus. And you're probably wondering why the Greek thing. Well, I decided that Wily and Light both had a fondness of Greek literature. It just felt like something that was in character for them. So I actually came up with Greek names for most of the bosses. But anyways... I still remember most of them. Gutsman was Heracles, right? I mean, there's logic to that. Cutman was Achilles, etc., etc. Electman was Icarus. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. That there. Wily 1 is definitely a negative. Ah. Oh, this is not a lamentation. This is nowhere near lamentation. Mega Man 1 is probably going to be a net negative game. It might be a net positive because of the collection. I'm not sure. But this is just... Mega Man 1's rough, as I said. I didn't like this game as a kid. It was technically impressive for 1987. It was, and we should acknowledge that. But that does not make this a good game, especially since we don't review this in 1987. We review it right now. So let's fill up the HUD a little bit here. Oh yeah, you're probably asking about story. So most of the, so okay. I think it was Takoida who mentioned this. Someone mentioned it while we were going through Electman stage. One of the ways that they, and this was designed, I've actually seen interviews about this, one of the ways they wanted to tell the story of Mega Man was through the background. This is the visual storytelling plus. Mega Man literally invented the visual storytelling plus. I don't mean it invented the concept in game design. I mean, we started giving out visual storytelling positives because of the Mega Man games, right? And yeah, it's the ending, right? Blue of Alex. So yeah, no, that's the direction where we're going with, because the way the Mega Man games tell their story is through the backgrounds, through the levels as you're going through them, and how the enemies fight and all that stuff. Mega Man 2 will almost guaranteed get a visual storytelling positive. The catch is, while Mega Man 1 wanted to do that visual storytelling in the background, it just kind of doesn't. To really show this off, hang on, let me get a save state really quick. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So let's actually quit out of the game, go over to the museum. Give me a second. I gotta find it, I'm not sure where it is. Probably in concept art. Here we go. They wanted to tell the story of this robot world. And so there's stuff... Here, let me switch down so you can actually see it. Let me go down to here. Whoops, wrong one. There we go. So they wanted to tell this story, and so they designed these backdrops and these backgrounds in order to try and get a bit of that visual storytelling thing, to try and showcase what you're going through. And there's a couple other examples of this here. Like this. This is Iceman stage, and they wanted to get across the idea of this place. Notice there's literal palm trees in the background. And they wanted to kind of imply stuff, imply the nature of the world, which is exactly what a visual storytelling plus is. There's one more I wanted to show off. Is it, where is it? Maybe there isn't one more. Maybe it's just the Robot Factory. The final stage, which we're going through right now. Unfortunately, the real problem with this is that most of this isn't really in Mega Man 1. Yeah, like, Electman stage tries to do it, but you don't really get it. This is why I say I don't think we're going to give even this bare-bones story positive to Mega Man 1, because I think that Mega Man 1 honestly didn't even have it. I feel like there really is no actual visual storytelling in Mega Man 1. Now, we can debate that, and there's actually an upcoming Wily stage in which we will debate that. Let's switch back to here. We'll see, we'll see. But so far, I have not been super impressed by it. So, the first thing we're going to try to show off, and I stress the word try, is we're going to try to show off the pause trick. Switch to Electman's weapon, which is what he's weak to. I have actually been practicing this, believe it or not. Which means memorization. This is the pause trick. I think I was a little too slow on it. Yeah, I was too slow. Hang on, let's rewind. There we go. That's better. And that's the pause trick, in a nutshell. Now, in the off chance you don't know what just happened, which is extremely likely, by the way, the way the pause trick works is there is an actual pause button in Mega Man 1. Only in Mega Man 1. It's the only one that has this. And it actually pauses the game rather than pulling up the menu. Each time you go in and out of that pause, it recalculates collision. So it calculates collision before it calculates everything else. So it calculates collision, and then it calculates, okay, well, this is what was attacking, and this is how this shot could be going, and so forth and so on. So what you do is you pause in the middle of the damaging thing, the hurt box, going through the hit box. And so there's the vulnerable spot, and here's the shot, and it's going through this. And so you unpause, and then you hit, and then you unpause, and then you hit, and then you unpause and hit. Because the shot is just sitting here in the middle of their hitbox, doing damage every time it has a chance to re-acknowledge the collision, right? So that's the pause trick in a nutshell. Now, I did promise I would try to do this game, do this boss without the pause trick. So, we're going to do this without... I'm still going to use Electman's weapon, because I'm not that insane. We are going to do this, quote-unquote, legit. Or try. I'm pretty shaky right now, because I'm really hungry, but that's okay. I got this. So as you can see, you only really get the one shot per. That's also with his weakness, by the way, if you're paying attention. Whoops, too slow. And then one more right here. By the way, it's possible to have a pattern in which you actually cannot hit him, because his eye, his weak spot, opens up too high. He also hits pretty hard, even with his shot, which is really hard to dodge on top of everything else. Damn, that's the second time I screwed that up in the same way. Nope, nope, nope. And I'm dead. Okay, so hang on. Let's try this again. Hang on. Let's try this again. I don't feel like doing that stupid stage again. I'm really shaky right now, too. Oh my god, I had a decent breakfast. Why am I so hungry? I know. I need to start eating more food because the oxygen thing. I'm not used to that yet, I guess. I also need to go grocery shopping. I don't have much in the fridge at the moment. Trying to not spend money since I might have to move soon. On top of having just spent a few $1,000s on my nose. And, over. There we go. That's what I've been trying to do this whole time. So you can see how this is a bit of an exercise in patience and endurance because, you know, it's really hard to hit him and not get hit. Even when you don't screw up like I just did. Because he hits so fast after he comes out. My god. Hang on. So let's go ahead and do that again. In-N-Out Burger does not exist this far east. Although, I think it's coming out here soonish. God dang it, I can't believe I screwed that up. It's that one in the middle that's always the one I screw up, too. Okay, so we're gonna do a different pattern this time. You know what, I'm just gonna... Okay. God, I'm really shaky. In-N-Out is a burger chain, which is good. What do I think of the Yellow Devil and its iterations? So first of all, I hate the name. Why the hell is it called Yellow Devil? That's such a dumb name. The second thing, though, is that I'm too shaky. I'm too shaky. Look at this. I don't know if you can see this. Let's drink some water. That should help. That should help. I'm also angry, admittedly. Not at the game. Not the game. The game isn't what's pissing me off right now. I do actually have like one protein bar left. Hang on. I have one protein bar. Give me a second. Give me a second. It's my last one. Actually, I need to buy more of these damn things. Holy crap. Ah. Well, I'm pissed off by the flooding thing. Symbolism. Design-wise, the Yellow Devils are not what I would call good boss design just as a default, right? Now, I want to explain why. Due to the nature of how small each of their boss arenas are, and this is true for many of the Yellow Devil fights, they are... Oh, I wish I'm super hungry and I would totally eat that much. Due to how small the boss arenas are, you don't have enough room to react. So it's not a reaction check. It's not a reflex check. There's no real, let's call it what it is, skill involved. Instead, what it is memorization. There's still execution, don't mistake me. But it is about memorizing when those hits are going to be coming. And there's a very distinct pattern. He always follows the exact same pattern. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. That's the pattern for the Mega Man 1 right there. I know it didn't look like it, but that is the pattern. That's the exact pattern he goes through. I think I missed like one at the beginning. So, ooh, the McRib is back. I might grab that. Although, there's also that Arby's McRib, which apparently has actual rib meat. Anyways, so that's it. It's a memorization check. And memorization checks is not generally what I would consider good boss design to begin with. Then there's the fact that he hits like a truck. Now, how hard they hit varies depending on the fight. This one only hits kinda hard. And so that's not quite the problem with the Mega Man 1 Yellow Devil. But like the Mega Man 3 Yellow Devil hits like a freight truck, just whong, right in the face. So you were really penalized for missing some of those, missing the avoidance there. Then there's the fact that he has very small vulnerability windows. This is something that is classic bad boss design, where you can only hit a boss for a brief window period during a long period of invulnerability, which is pretty much the approach here. That's a good idea, Ross. That's a really good idea. Ooh. You can only hit him for the brief window. And because the spot where he hits is random, you're not sure where you can hit him. And this is where the Mega Man 1 boss comes in and is really aggravating. And I've already shown this off. He opens his eye, immediately shoots right towards you, and then waits 1.5 seconds, and then closes his eye again. And that's his vuln period. So you either have to tank the hit to get the shot in, or something I'm going to try to do, which is try to avoid the hit, then try to get the shot in and hope I get it in time. Because when he starts closing his eye is when he is invulnerable. And that's important because even though you might think the eye is still there, you have a smaller window to hit it than it looks like, because as soon as he starts the animation to close, he is now invulnerable. And that's it. That's the other problem. There's nothing else to this boss. It's memorization, good luck hitting him, have fun. This is why most people just use the pause trick. And if, for example, we had avoided using save states up to this point, and I had, in fact, gone and used the pause trick on this boss, that's not cheating. That would not get the cheat flag. Let me finish my bar really quick here. There are no E-tanks in 1, correct. Nothing could be worse than cheating, hazardous. Nothing! Okay, let me get my ears back on. Okay. There, stop shaking. As soon as I was off my groove, that was the end of that. How do you fix this? Well, I'm not sure you can with these limitations, to be completely honest with you. Ah, whatever. There we go. God damn it, I am way too twitchy. That's the problem. Ah! Nah! Okay, hang on. Let's just do this. Let's start this over. Oh yeah, you can despawn some enemies with the Ninja Gaiden trick, by the way. Which we just failed at. That's okay. Oh yeah, by the way, there are 3 of these enemies and they can 3-shot you. I did not Shadow Machine. That's pretty cool. So that's the first thing you can do wrong with this section. Nope. Nope. I should write down that negative before I forget. Negative for itemization. It's pretty much the exact same negative we gave to Mega Man X3. For the exact same reason, actually. Peak Arby's was when I was working for them. I mean, my Arby's was legit, I'm just saying. I ran a tight ship. Oh yeah, well, that sucks. Well, I was gonna show off something, and then I failed, so whatever. Yeah, you gotta remember, and I mean, you know, I don't mean any shade by this, but top-end YouTubers like Mr. Beast make in the hundreds of thousands of dollars range from their YouTube revenue, from their ad revenue. That's ignoring the fact that he has his own brand, and he's got deals, and yeah, he's doing fine for money. He's got plenty of money to burn on the charity things he does. I shouldn't say burn. That's the wrong terminology. Plenty of money to spend on the charity stuff he does. Okay. That's cool. I was the manager that got along with everyone. But if you didn't do your job, you'd be having a discussion with me. I actually had to fire a couple of people at that job. Because of the fact that they weren't doing their job. I was pretty lax. But my rule came down to a very, very simple concept. You could chat, you could talk, you can eat the extra food, even though they didn't want us to because they're stupid. You can hang out, you can bring in, you know, books or music or video games or whatever. But you did your job. That was my requirement in a nutshell. You had to put the job first. You know what I mean? There is such a thing as taking it too far, and I would rein them in when they did. And there's such a thing as being too much of a hard-ass, and I would try to get people to chill whenever they did that too. It was a lot of work. Accept that. Damn it. So you can also get rid of these blocks with the Lekman's weapon, by the way. Which, if you're wondering, means that the only way to get the Magnet Beam is either to do Gutsman stage first, or to do a Lekman stage, and then go back through a Lekman stage. I don't know what that is, Don Crow, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I actually have a brain, Ross, and in fact I was involved in the budget at my Arby's, so I know exactly how many pennies it cost us to sell soda. Like we oh my god, soda is so overpriced, it's actually ridiculous at fast food places. I think we literally paid more. God damn it! Just be a good game. Is that hard? Is it that hard to not have jank and not have bad everything? Is it something that is so difficult to program for 6 people in like 8 months? Okay, I'm okay. But yes, soda is so cheap at fast food places for the fast food restaurant. And at cinemas, yeah, anywhere that's got a soda fountain, really, is what that boils down to. I'm stressing this. They cost pennies. It costs them nothing. And yet, soda is one of the biggest expenditures when it comes to the menu. Like, it's like, oh, I'll like a large soda. Okay, that's going to be $2.50. What? Yeah, no, it's a gargantuan markup. But this is specific. If you ever wondered why for the longest time, I'm not actually sure if this is true anymore, but for the longest time, for over decades there was a very strong standing trend of places saying, do you want to make that a combo? I still get that question periodically. Do you want to make that a combo? And the reason they do the soda thing is they want you to do the combo so they can upsell the soda so they can make the money on the soda. You know, if you think of each item in terms of cost versus how much it costs them for how much they sell it for, the ratio here, the upselling, is by far the markup. Excuse me, the markup and the profit is by far the largest percentage on the soda. So they always want you to buy the soda because it costs them nothing, relatively speaking, compared to how much money they get out of it. Anyways, okay, hang on. Let me get a drink. Let's try this again. I mean, I quit soda years ago for various reasons, mostly caffeine related. I like Rollout better. Rise Up's okay though. Okay. Okay, let's do it. Okay. I love that. I do it in a completely flawless run, and then I completely screw up my first jump and get hit by the first damn thing. Oh, I hate this boss so much. Oh my god! Why am I terrible at everything? By the way, I didn't know about the pause trick back in the day. Because, I mean, there's nothing that tells you about how that works. So it was just... That's the second time I've made that exact same mistake! And we're dead. I hate this boss. Okay. Okay, hang on. Oh yeah, by the way, unlike basically every game we've done so far, you'll notice that our weapon energy does not refill on death. Keep that in mind. I mean, I would totally still drink Coke if it didn't have caffeine in it. I know what you're thinking. Well, just get caffeine-free Coke. First of all, do you know how hard it is to get caffeine-free Coke that still has sugar in it? Instead of that non-sugar garbage that I can't stand. I can't think of the name of it right now, but it tastes like crap. You know, caffeine-free, not diet and caffeine-free. Oh my god, every time. It's just my hit tax, apparently. But yeah, caffeine gives me headaches. It was actually giving me really bad headaches for a while there, so I quit caffeine, and as a direct consequence, just kind of quit soda, because duh, right? God, I am shaking now. Different reason for shaking this time. Ah! So, that's another problem. Electman's weapon actually has a... It follows its own graphic, so you know how it kind of goes up and down, like that, as it's shooting? Well, it is possible, and you literally just saw it happen, damn it, for it to go up at a point where the enemy hurtbox is... Excuse me, I guess that's hitbox, my bad. And... one shot away. If the shot that had missed because of random RNG luck had hit, I would have done that legit. The shot does this. So that's what the shot does, right? So the enemy has this tiny little hitbox. So what happens is it can go up and around that and just not actually hit it. If it wasn't for that, I would have actually beaten that boss legit. I mean, I'm still going to beat him legit. It's just, you know, we're just going to skip going back through those stupid stages over and over again, because, duh. I have other things to do with my life than do Wily 1 over and over again. My pride is not on the line here. No, I still haven't had coffee. I am very sure it was caffeine, yes. However, I have not actually extensively tested it for obvious reasons. I kept not drinking soda because soda is probably the most empty calories that exists. I would quite literally get more nutrition from a cheesecake than I would from a glass of soda. Now, there's no judgment in that. But I'm fat enough as it is. I don't want to be... God damn it! I don't want to be fatter. I hate this boss so much. This is the worst Mega Man game ever, except for X7. And probably 8, honestly. 8's probably going to rate worse than this, let's just be real. So anyways, let's go ahead and ask the question. How many negatives do... What? Okay. Thank you, Guinevere, for the sub. Very much appreciated, as always. Thank you. I will put that towards Pharaoh, a new arrow, which I'm pretty sure is already on the list. I will say this, if there was a possibility to drink soda without, without fatination, for lack of a better way to put it, I would. Absolutely. I actually really like Coke. Just straight Coke. I actually really like that, and always have. It's always been my preference. That's not true. It's been my preference since about 3rd grade, I want to say. I used to like Pepsi, and then I switched for some reason. Or Fanta. Actually, pineapple Fanta is really good. And I don't mean that as a meme or a joke or just because it's her. I mean, I actually tried pineapple Fanta, and it tasted really good. So yeah, how many negatives do we get this? I mean, this fight, let's be clear. Obviously, I'm having issues. Obviously, I'm in an incredibly bad mood. I'm not even sure if I'm going to be living here inside of a month because my goddamn living room is a pool. And I'm not particularly happy about that. However, ignoring my mood, ignoring my bias, ignoring my everything, I can fundamentally and objectively point to this and say, this is a bad boss. It is also a bad boss in a game that, by its very nature, doesn't have design or recovery. What I mean by that is, other than save stating... Now, granted, we gave the positive for the save state, so the save states are being considered in the equation. But the point is, you have to save state to make this boss tolerable. Checkmark number 1. Then we have checkmark number 2, which is the fact that it's memorization. We have checkmark number 3, which is the fact that it has the tiny volume windows. Check number 4 is the fact that it shoots so quickly when it bots out. Check number 5 is that you can literally just randomly miss attacks with it with its weakness. I think I can put plenty of objective reasons why this boss fight sucks. It's a bad boss fight after a bad level which, if you don't want to use save states or the rewind feature, means, and given the fact that there's very few lives in this game, and there's no E-tanks and no recovery mechanics, you just have to go through that whole bad level again in order to reach this boss, and then die on the boss again. And any damage and any health loss you take on the bad level leads to the bad boss. So, no, I think I can objectively say, or at the very least, more objectively say, that this boss fight sucks. I think a minimum of 2 negatives is justified here. This is not as bad as it gets. There will be worse boss fights in the classics. We've seen worse boss fights in the X series, but I do think this boss fight can go to hell. So, the wall boss in 2? You talking about the thing where it goes... that guy? Because that fight sucks if you're doing it Buster only. And it is another memorization boss, because it's always the same pattern. Oh, yeah, the frickin'... Yeah, I will talk about that when we get there. Yeah, it requires... I'll be honest, for the longest time, I didn't know you could beat that boss your first time through. And I mean that. I didn't know that was even possible for a long time. Oh, and by the way, we've just officially hit net negative in terms of score, thanks to this fight. So thanks for that, Yellow Devil. Appreciate it. Thanks for dragging the game down by your very existence. Okay, back into it. What? No, you didn't! How is that hitting me? I like this short boss loop too, by the way. Urgh. There. Just to prove I can. Favorite fast food place? Depends on the era, but as of right now, I'd probably lean towards Wendy's. Wendy's or Burger King right now. Just to make sure we don't screw that up and accidentally hit a load state in the future. I'm just gonna do that. So how would you make it worse, Hazardous? Although I could think of a way to make that fight worse. So first of all, you do that. That was actually kind of intentional because, what? Okay, hang on. Let's try that again. There we go. How would I improve the Yellow Devil? So hang on. How do we make it worse? That's easy. Make it hit harder and add insta-death spikes into the room. There you go. That's easy. Or as Hasda says, make it not go all the way across the room. You can also make... you know how you make that fight much worse? Make it random. Remember, the room is so small, you do not really reliably have time to react. So you have to know the hit that's coming and where you need to jump to avoid it. So what if it was random? Yeah, then you make it X7, and then it's even worse. How do I make the fight better, though? That's a good question. So, yes, I have once, Colin Peluso. Just the one time. Well, this is an interesting situation to be in. Let's just nope out of that. I'm very shocked by this development. It's Cutman! Oh my god! It's the boss refights! Except they're in different rooms. This is the only other Mega Man game we might not give a -4 for the refights, by the way. Because of the nature of how they do them. I don't actually remember what Cutman's weak to, other than just shot. But yeah, it is not random. It is actually a very set pattern. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's Gutsman. In fact, I know it's Gutsman. I don't know why I'm saying that. I was just researching that earlier. Okay, so how do we make the fight better? Making the room larger is the first and most obvious change we can do. Yeah. Okay, sure. I'll just trade that there. Next. Oh yeah, that's that. We're not messing with that. Yeah, you just go away, Alec, man. We're not messing with that at all. Make it larger. Make it so you can. So this is the exact same advice I gave the Donuts back in Mega Man X6. Make it so you could hit him at any point in time. He just takes much less damage. So, like, you just do 1 damage a hit. But as you're hitting him, you are slowly, you know, ticking his health down. And then when he opens up his eye, that's the weak point, and that's where the big hit can come in. And you know, that's how you do lots of damage, right? That's how I'd probably do that. Nope. I was a little bit too late on that. A little bit too early, actually. Listen, the name's Bubble Man, and I got something to say. Probably want that, so let's go ahead and grab that. Damn it. I am a little low on health right now. No, right? That's it's weird. I literally a couple seconds too early there. There we go. I used to have that memorized. The Mega Man 2 one. Well, playing Mega Man X7 would involve long, aggravating frustration. Sponsoring Raid Shadow Legends would involve me losing professional credibility and would hurt my ability to keep paying the bills, Mr. Red. That's an easy choice, to be blunt. So this fight, sucks. Because there's a bit of randomness to it. You also have trouble seeing what he's doing and where. Which is the other problem. Like, I literally didn't see the shot he shot that hit me. I also gotta do this each time. He also just loves to do collision damage. It's actually his primary AI. Nope. We're getting really low on that, too. We're gonna try fire this time. Oh god, it is! It's Disco Inferno! Holy crap! That's a good question, Dream Whisperer. Considering the way that this is showcasing itself, it feels like the whole point is that this is supposed to be, you know, actually you. Or an actual physical copy of you, I should say. He really wants to hug you. But we got him. Yeah, the background actually makes it hard to see, in addition to the fact that it's kind of ugly. And then there's the fact that he likes to just get up and hug you, which does damage. It's probably one of the worst examples of the whole collision damage thing in the whole game, I would say. I came up with a whole story arc for that guy, because I'm me. So hang on, let's go over here. Yeah, in Mega Man 3 we'll talk about holograms. That's just, but... yeah, we do not want to flirt with copy... let's call them Copy X, Copy Rock. I mean, I hate it, Great Hillian. Like, a lot. But not just because of the fact that it makes no damn sense to me. In my opinion, collision damage... let me walk that back a second. Collision damage, especially for boss fights, can make sense if used, if that's part of the boss design. I can actually name a specific boss in the Mega Man series where the collision damage makes perfect sense. Charge Man in Mega Man 5. Like, he has 2 other attacks, and otherwise what he does, he winds up, and he slams across the room to try and charge into you. That should do damage. I'm with that, right? To use the X series, Storm Eagle flying into you should do damage. That makes sense. Right, cool. And yeah, there's other games of other franchises, of other varieties, where collision damage makes a degree of sense. You know, playing TIE Fighter, if you slam into the Star Destroyer, yeah, you should probably take damage from that. But when it comes to this, just bumping into Bomb Man shouldn't hurt you. Or bumping into yourself shouldn't do that much damage to you. It's ridiculous, especially since so many of these games, and I've complained about this before, the bosses do more damage by touching you than they do with their actual weapons. That's true even in the original Mega Man 1, by the way. So even as just a general concept, I tend to lean against being in favor of that kind of thing. That being said, we could use it specifically or for specific things, like a lot of enemies, it makes sense for that. Or for certain specific bosses, or whatever, right? Like Bowser, as Dream Whisper just says in chat. Oh, come on! Oh, whatever. Through the sewers. Oh, I don't know, we are playing the inferior version hazardous, so we're going to be giving lots of negatives to that. Come on, there we go. Damn it. I think I got the pattern down. Now, Wily at 3 is weird. Because, damn it. Because it's already over. And we're already at the boss. EW68-335. I don't remember what this thing's called, and I don't care. Oh, actually, we don't want to do that yet. What? No! Shoot, I'm an idiot. Oh. I accept my death. Yeah, there's some interesting aspects of this boss time. You notice that that block that I got rid of is now permanently gone. Well, I say permanently, but it is now gone. So... Okay, we're gonna Google this. I don't feel like wasting any more time here than I already have. Where are we at with this thing? Okay, here we go. CWU-01P. That's the name of this stupid thing. What are you weak to other than super arm? I know you're weak to something else. Right? Right? Surely there's something else that can hurt you other than super arm. Aha! Firestorm! There we go. Thank you, Google. Okay. Whoop. The thing we're out of. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna get a game over here and accept that to refill our weapons. It's a better option than our other options there. Yep, okay, let's get on with that. Listen, if you're not taking damage into the next screen, you're doing it wrong. I always kind of liked the idea of the water flushing through here. And just kind of changing it into ice physics to reflect that. Since there is no water physics, so we gotta have something to reflect that. Yeah, Dr. Wily needs a lot of plumbing for his fortress, apparently. So yeah, I'm probably going to give this boss a -2. God, I think we're going to have a net negative for Mega Man 1. There we go, Jesus. That's okay, I accept that. Well, it also means this is technically the beginning of sewer levels in Mega Man. What? I actually don't know if you can. I've never tried it before. I couldn't tell if it was doing anything. Man, so let's undo that. Oh, I don't think I have enough time to undo that. Oh, that's whatever. By the way, this is probably the key reason why Gutsman's weapon is stupid. And we're out of ammo! So, yay. might manage this. Nope. Okay, that sucks. God damn it. At least Wily 3 isn't Wily... or... Wily 2, excuse me, isn't Wily 1. Sorry, I was confused on which stage I was on. Oh no, this is Wily 3, I'm right. At least Wily 3 isn't Wily 1, sorry. I forgot about Wily 2. Oh yeah, we're gonna tear the Doctor out of his mecha suit with Guts Arm by ripping off the armor plating. That's a lie, that's not how we're doing that. Pretty cool though, wouldn't it? Okay, so let's do it this way. We're gonna do this slightly differently. You're probably wondering how speedrunners do this. They rely on a trick which allows them to have infinite blocks. A straight-up glitch. I don't think I'm gonna do it. It's simply too hard to dodge him. Yep. See, now we're out of these because the rocks are gone. So it's actually better to just die. So I'm just going to put the controls down while I write up why this fight sucks. What the hell is the name of the stupid jackass again? There's CW... Oh god, CWU 01P. It is Saber 5. Hey! It's easy. All we have to do is game over in order to respawn the block so we can actually beat the boss. So yeah, negative to CWU-01P. What are we up to? Yeah, we're... Yeah, being a net negative does not surprise me, and I honestly don't think there's going to be any more positives to Mega Man 1. I really don't. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I don't like to judge that too early, but in fairness, this is one of the last real hurdles of the game. Well, after this, we have the rest of the boss refights, which have much less design to them, so that might be a negative. We'll have to debate that. Then we have the final boss, which is... We'll get there. God damn it. Yeah, the final boss is interesting. So I'm not even gonna waste my time trying. I'm just gonna die, because I don't want to waste my bricks. So that way we can start the boss with full health. Yeah, I swear the Mega Man games get better, everyone. Please, just bear with me as we push through this nonsense. By the way, did you notice one of the things I wrote up in my write-up is there's no actual way to dodge him when he goes down. You cannot jump over him. So you just have to let him run into you. There's nothing else you can do about that. Which means we just died. Now hang on, I actually screwed that up a little bit. I screwed that up on the previous one, before this guy. I took too many hits, like right there, I shouldn't have taken that hit. I shouldn't have taken that hit. We're just gonna rewind a little bit here. There we go. Okay, so we shouldn't have taken that hit either. I thought he was gonna come in from the right. There we go. Okay, see, you cannot jump over that. It just doesn't happen. The problem with leaving the blocks for the second half of the fight is the Electman shot destroys the blocks. So if you miss a shot, you're screwed. That also means you basically can't shoot across the screen. You have to only shoot him when he's on the left side of the screen. So... He's not very Mega Disco, although you missed your stage boss earlier. Or your boss, whatever. We fought the Disco Inferno earlier. So, you ready for one of the only bits of visual storytelling in this entire game? It's just a bunch of Gutsmen up there for some reason. Now, before I explain my theory on the matter, because it is purely a theory, why do you think there's just Gutsmen up there? What's up with that? He's the only one like that, by the way. It's just there's several Gutsmen up there. Now, we know that there's a thing for Gutsman, because he's going to be back a few times, although we've already seen him in Mega Man 7, so that's already done at this point. It makes perfect sense, Disco Inferno. Zed Slayer gets across my idea, my theory. It is purely a headcanon, I'll admit it. And that's the idea that this is mass production, that there are that Gutsman is not an individual, but rather that there are multiple Gutsmen, and that they're going to do the mass production. And yet, Zed Slayer's correct. There is a there is concept art about mass production of Bomb Man. So, I'm gonna save here for just a second. But yeah, in the book I mentioned earlier, there is a Heracles, which is, you know, the original model, and then there's everyone else. So, like, they mass-produced it. What? I don't even know what happened there. I know what happened there. I know what happened there, too. Okay, so now I'm paranoid because of what just happened. And I'm screwing up my jumps because of being paranoid. Stop being paranoid, Laura. Just do the jumps. You know how to do these jumps. There we go. But yeah, one of the ideas I had, and this is something I will totally put in the rewrite if we ever get to such a thing, is that the original Robot Masters, the original ones made by Light, were Robot Masters. They were actually designed to have slightly higher levels of intelligence in order to coordinate and work with and be overseers to the other regular robots, right? Androbot level intelligence. So they're like, here, do this, do this, do this. They were mass-produced because Society and Robots and Dr. Light and Wu. Then Dr. Wily's thing hit, and pretty much from this point onwards, they never did that again. They never mass-produced the Robot Masters again. Instead, they would just mass-produce the regular robots and just live without the flaw. So, henceforth, pretty much all of the Robot Masters they encounter are ones that were built by Wily or built by Cossack or whatever. but individuals instead of a production line. This also would lead into the X series, but I'm getting off topic. So, refight number 1. Fire. He is weak too. Man, just shooting me in the face, apparently. Jesus. So as soon as you... So I want to at least show this off at least once. So let's see what the next guy's... By the way, these are the lazy refights right here. That being said, at least the checkpoint's right here. Yeah, exactly, Zillow. It's not that really hard to understand why that would be forbidden, right? Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't happen either. And we could have storytelling potential of illegally produced robot masters, but you get the idea. Maybe lean into that with X5 or maybe 9. Whoops, I'm an idiot. I forgot who I was fighting for a second. There we go. So I'm going to show it off here. So I'm on the teleporter, right? By the way, Iceman is extremely weak to Electman's weapon. It literally 3-shots him. And if you're on the teleporter when you beat the boss, it immediately teleports you. He's weak to a few things. Let's just completely screw that up. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That was actually literally a mishit. Sorry. I also have the wrong weapon equipped because I'm just screwing up all over the place today. Exactly, slow. Ugh. And yeah, in 6, all the Robot Masters are from across the world. And one of the things we could say is that one of the reasons that... I can't think of his name all of a sudden. The guy who's totally not Wily in Mega Man 6 was saying, hey, let's have a robot tournament, was to try and re-encourage Robot Masters and say, you know, these have a purpose and place in society other than being used to take over the world, right? Hang on. I just kind of disagree with how that Gutsman fight... Mr. X! Thank you, Mr. X. Kind of wish there was a faster way to do this, but whatever. I just did everything wrong in this Gutsman's fight, so let's try that again. Like, I don't know what I was thinking with using Gutsman on this. There we go. Nope, that was too slow. I'm gonna die anyways, just because I'm an idiot. There we go. So, final boss, believe it or not. Let's just grab a save for no reason. It looks so dorky, I love it. Actually, I'm curious of something before I accept. I'm gonna accept that death. I just want to see something real quick. Didn't even show me. Hang on. Okay, looks like it did. Okay, it did. Depends on who you ask, Baron. If you ask me, I would say Wily is a madman, which is a variant on those. Two. There. Not a terrible last boss. Not a terrible outro, but at the same time, you could tell they were kind of running low on everything. I mean, look at the level, look at the visuals of the final boss arena, for God's sakes. Or lack thereof. Gotta get those points, very important. So, let's watch the ending. Mega Man has ended the evil domination of Dr. Wily and restored the world to peace. However, the never-ending battle continues until all destructive forces are defeated. Fight, Mega Man, for everlasting peace. I mean, technically they did achieve everlasting peace because, you know, ZX2 never got a sequel, so they lived happily ever after. This is also, I think I've mentioned this before, this is the era, there's Inafune right there, by the way. This is the era where they didn't actually put their actual names in the credits, for reasons I've never fully understood. It's just a thing they did pretty commonly back then. Most Final Fantasy games, or Mario games, or Zelda games didn't have the actual names of the developers in the credits. I don't know why. Like Yuki-chan's Papa was apparently the sound programmer. And who's that? And who's that other person? Who are these weird people? Of course, that's Dr. Light and Roll. Enjoy that one frame of animation. It's not an animation at that point, is it? Prevent that. Enjoy that one frame of imagery. What? Yeah, Castlevania was another good example. I just had some random stuff in that one. Oh, and that is Mega Man 1. My God, what a train wreck. I always knew this game wouldn't review well, but God, I forgot how bad it was. Just a trend, isn't it? Hang on. Let's go through the audit. You know how this works. We're probably going to come up with more negatives, because we haven't even thought about the intro or the outro. There's no intro, so we actually can just kind of skip over that. But there is definitely an outro. Okay, let's get some random Mega Man music going while we're doing this. Just hit random there. Random. Yeah, Rock's always had hair. Although we really get to see it in 4. Yeah, no, early installment syndrome, or whatever you want to call that. Early installment weirdness is just all over the place in this one. Oh, there's a good part of that game. Anyway, sorry. I had to respond to something. Okay, so. Story. I think we could call this one a wash. It's just, there's no visual storytelling, as we already discussed. And there is effectively no story in this game. The only possible exception is the ending. I admit I find the ending to be sufficiently inoffensive as to not be negative-worthy. But at the same point, it's just kind of it's a non-ending, which was very common in the NES era. That doesn't make it acceptable, to be clear. There are... the end of Bad Dudes is a perfect example of a non-ending, which was terrible. So this is something of a non-ending. It's like, alright, we have defeated the evil Wily, but we will always fight onwards. Walk, 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 walk. And then we jump to these 2 random strangers. And that's it. So it would be really easy to talk me into a negative here. So what do y'all think about that? What do you mean, Saber for Life? Oh, assuming the game is... not necessarily, no. There are some net negative games that I still consider at least worth one playthrough. X6 comes to mind. Yeah, that took us a long freaking time. But then again, I did spend an hour talking about the game, so I need to chop an hour off that. But this is about a 3-hour and 20-minute game, which I need to jot down. How much is that? Question mark. I can't see the price other than the 25% off period. There's another game we'll be playing in just a bit tomorrow. I don't know, if we hurry, we might be able to play Mega Man 2 today. So let's finish this stupid audit. How many people want to give a negative to the ending? And thoughts? I'm seeing some people saying, as far as ending, which is fine, as I said. I'm kind of ambivalent on it myself. No story is better than bad story. I do agree with that. As I gave the parallel, there's a difference between an empty plate and a plate of toxic food that's literally poisonous. Well, I think Mega Man 2's ending is much better, by the way, even though it's similarly absent. They just do more with it. Yeah, it's a Mario 1 scenario, exactly. Like, Mario 3 will probably get a positive for the ending, because I like that ending. They do some good stuff with it. It's short, but they do something with it, you know? It's not, it's like, oh my god, this ending's amazing, but it's still good. Anyways, and yeah, Mega Man 3, and we'll start to have some decent endings after 2, but, you know, moving on. Bubble Man stage? Awesome. Alright, so, let's go through this. Animations don't really... There's no audio spam, there's no auto battle, there's no auto leveling, there's no backtracking, there's no bestiary. I don't think a single boss got a positive. However, we did give one boss a negative. And so we'll just go and jot that down. There are bugs. The jank problem and the literal bugs problem. So yeah, we gave that negative. There's no builds. There are built-in sheets. Actually, there aren't built-in sheets, are there? So we'll skip over that. No camera, no pushes, no co-ops. Controls! This is probably one of the only, possibly one of 2 classic Mega Man games I'm not going to give the control positive for. I don't know if I properly conveyed it, but the controls are wrong. This is part of the jank in Mega Man 1. The controls are substantially more tight and more refined from Mega Man 2 onwards. Anybody who's played the series, you know what I'm talking about. Ignoring the obvious squiggity, which Mega Man 1 has, sometimes the jumps just don't really happen when they should. And, oh, you're right, I should do the bestiary, I think. Thank you for reminding me. Bestiary, thank you for reminding me. The jumps don't happen when they should. The shots are kind of weird. It just doesn't control quite right. It's just a little bit off. Yeah, if you've played it, it's super obvious to feel it, you know? So, and yeah, it has the squiggity. That's what I call that, said Slayer. So for those of you wondering, Luigi, in the more recent Mario games, he has this thing where he keeps going after he stops for a bit. And while he's doing it, there's this little squeeze sound effect. And so Gary and I came up with the term, the squiggity. That refers to any time in a game where you just kind of keep going after you stop, which the Mario games do all over the place. But Mega Man 1 does this pretty well. And yeah, Metroid 1 is another perfect example of a game that just does not get that control positive. Anyway, so core combat. I'm actually going to give that positive. I do think, despite its many issues, the core combat of Mega Man 1 is actually good. The core function of jump, shoot, random enemies, or not random enemies, enemy placement, that kind of thing, I think that's still good. I think it's still enjoyable. It is still a Mega Man game. So, core mechanics doesn't exist, cosmetics don't exist, crashes don't exist, difficulty curve is all over the place, encounter rate encounters. Zed Slayer. Oh no, that's Zed Slayer. It's Ben Smack. Thank you, Ben Smack, very much. How did you manage that, Zed Slayer? On my screen, Ben Smack subbed, and then you said something. And so I assumed it was you, because that's usually how that goes. Anyways, thank you very much, Ben Smack, for the sub. If you know what you want to put that towards, please let me know. It's sad, isn't it, Zalok? You're right. But you'll notice I'm not giving Mega Man 1 a negative for controls. I'm simply not giving the positive for it. which is about as bad as it gets for Mega Man games. Okay, so where was I? Probably Ben Smack, but please remind me. Chrono Cross, you got it. Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to get through this audit as quickly as possible so we can start Mega Man 2 today. I kind of want to give a difficulty curve negative. Thoughts? Because obviously there's easy stages, and it inclines you towards the easier stages first. But the variance in stage difficulty and boss difficulty is through the roof. Like, picture the difficulty between fighting Iceman without his weakness, versus fighting Cutman without his weakness, versus fighting Gutsman without his weakness, versus fighting Fireman without his weakness. And it's not hard to understand why I say the difficulty is just all over the place, right? It is a very wonky curve, and it's very clear that there's an order that you're supposed to go through them in. What's funny, this is actually hysterical to me, by the way. Yeah, difficulty roller coaster, exactly. What's funny about this, yeah, even in Wily Castle, I didn't mention this earlier, and I apologize. I'll mention this in the rumination. They specifically made the boss weapons do different damage to different... In other words, they came up with the weakness system because they wanted to encourage you to try as many different weapons as possible. Something about that kind of strikes me as amusing, that was the original intent behind the entire weakness system. Anyways, the difficulty... I'm going to steal that as a roller coaster. Apparently that's not how you spell roller coaster. It isn't. Holy crap. Okay. So negative to the difficulty roller coaster. Next. Enemy variety. Okay, hang on. I'll add a TM. There you go. What are we thinking about enemy variety? Mega Man games usually get an enemy variety plus. There's a lot of reuse of enemies in this one. But at the same time, no, I'm just going to steal it straight up now, Hazo. See, I was going to be nice, but now you're being a dick about it, so now I'm just going to steal it. And I'll use my power to crush. Something. Enemy variety. Well, you know what? Hang on. So here's our enemies. So we have this. That's so sad. That's so sad. Hang on. Let me double check that. First of all, Mega Man 11 music rocks. There are 19 varieties of enemies in Mega Man 1. If you don't understand why that's sad, Mega Man X6 had 21. That's not counting many bosses or bosses, obviously, in both cases. But that's sad how close that is. Anyways, I think that's pretty low. We'll probably give future Mega Man... In fact, I'm pretty sure most Mega Man games will get a positive 4. Moving on. So, fast travel doesn't exist. Sprite work. No. Scroll a little bit over to the right. Info in-game. Oh, Electman. Easy answer, Trihexia. No question. Electman's the best from 1, by the way. Yeah, no, there's a lot of tech demo going on here. I mean, Mega Man 1 was a tech demo. Let's just call it what it is. You can see why... the Mega Man series took off, but it's definitely not because of this game. So, Gingaman is arguing for a positive for sprite work. I'm kind of iffy on that. I don't like the visuals of this game particularly. Like the level design and the bosses are just kind of for me, and they're really simplistic, especially compared to later bosses. I could be talked up to giving one overall sprite work. So usually we split that up. Sprite work usually refers to the specific like objects and individuals, whereas like brickwork is usually more the backgrounds and the stuff they do with that, and visual storytelling is how they use it, and blah blah blah. So there's different layers of that, but we could give like one overall positive for just graphics across the board, right? Because honestly, most of it isn't that great. And yeah, the backgrounds are pretty weak in most cases, especially for a Mega Man game. We could also aggregate it. We already have a general level design. Good night, Lunarith. Have a good one. Positive we've been debating for 2 stages. Only 2 stages popped up for decent levels. Other than Fireman and Electman, both of which got separate positives. We never decided if we wanted to give Gutsman stage a negative or a positive, though. We never codified that. How do we feel about Gutsman stage? Hey, this is Mega Man 1 music. I'm gonna put that as a quick Guts and question mark. Depends on your headcanon, Trihexia. In my headcanon, these bosses would be incredibly dangerous in the modern world. Yeah, that's why Gutsman I'm kind of neutral on compared to most of them. Here, let me pull it up again. Let's do this real quick. Because I can literally just go straight to it. Pause that. I gotta play from the preview pane because I don't have the thing up, but... So we start out with a Met because we're on a construction facility, of course. And we have this. Wow. That's interesting. Then, we have these guys. A couple helicopters on a vertical kind of section. That's weird. Hang on, is that just the game? It is just the game. That's very strange. There's a bit of a delay in Mega Man 1. I only notice this because I'm looking at the preview pane now. There's no delay here. This is exactly correct. But there's I'd say probably about a 1/5 to a 1/6 of a second of delay there. Hang on. So anyway, so then we have these guys, construction workers who throw pickaxes at you. Oh, wow, that delay is wild. Where's that coming from? Maybe it's because the CPU thing? Hang on, let's turn off the CPU thing. Let's see if that fixes it. It does. No delay now. That's interesting. Anyways, yeah, there's a Hammer Brothers. Sorry, that's actually was just really distracted by that. So we have this section where it's possible it'll instantly die. I was actually curious if I could pull it off. I couldn't, obviously. Let's see if I can pull it off this time. Nope. Wow, yeah. So we've got an instant death spike pit here, which there's apparently no way to recover from if you choose that route. That's gotta be just pure RNG as to whether or not you grab that or not. And then we have this guy. Now this is actually okay because we've once again got a way to avoid him with this letter, so that's fine. And then we got the boss fight. So that's Gutsman stage. That's Gutsman stage. I mean, I'm willing to give that a wash. Neither a positive nor negative and just calling it whatever. But at the same time, there's some sections of that are obviously not good. And there's some other sections which make sense. Like they bothered to do something decent with the Crusher, and they do something with the Mind Pick throwing guys, and that's kind of cool. And we got the Mets and the Mind Pick guys, both of which kind of, work along with the overall theme of the thing. It's probably one of the better, you have an obvious, this is a mine you're going through kind of a deal. Whereas most of the other stages is like, except for Electman. Either way, where are we at? Man 1. So yeah, okay. So a lot of people argued, discussed, debated for a plus to general graphics. So general overall graphics. We're gonna give plus for that. Yeah, I'd rather give Gutsman a wash. I think it does as much good as it does bad, and it's just whatever. It's neutral. Moving on. Information in game. Now I was debating that when it comes to negative. I'm actually kind of arguing it myself down from that because hitting the pause button is not that out of bounds for doing the game, and you'll probably do it at some point, and you could just literally try out the abilities, and there's no like secret strats or whatever. Just the powers work. As soon as you use them, you know how it works. I'm willing to go ahead and axe off that negative. That wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it would be. Funny story aside. Interface is non-existent. The intro doesn't exist, literally. There is no intro to this game. Itemization, we gave a -4. Kit. I actually think the weapons are pretty good at Mega Man 1. There are 2 bad weapons of 6, which is not great, but the other 4 are all pretty good, and there's also the Magnet Beam. So I'm going to go ahead and say we should give a positive for weapons, possibly a separate positive for the Magnet Beam. What do we think about the Magnet Beam as a separate positive? I should probably mention I'm absolutely biased towards the Magnet Beam because, as I mentioned before, I've done Mega Man 1 and I've gotten gold challenges, and that means you have to do sections very quickly. You know how you do most of the sections? Anyway, hang on, let me pull this up. This is going to be funny. No. So, Magnet Beam. Anyways. These are fun, by the way. I swear I used Magnet Beam in one of these. I could be wrong. We'll find out, I suppose. So, kit, yes. They do not, Mr. Red, because the challenges are not part of Mega Man 1 by any sense of the word. I swear I used Magnet Beam in one of these. Maybe I don't know. Nobody uses Magnet Beam. It's just worthless. It's terrible. Maybe it's in the overall remix. Yeah, it's very much a NES remix kind of a thing. And it's kind of its own separate thing. So hang on. Is this the one? This might be it. Here we go. There you go. Magnet Beam. Oh yeah, by the way, Fireman's weapon is legit. I think I mentioned that. What do we think of the music? Does the music deserve a positive? Because we haven't given one. Fireman one is just... Fireman's weapon is so useful in this game, it's silly. There's always one weapon that's better than the others in every Mega Man game, and it's Fireman for this one. Okay. Plus for music, absolutely. I'm not going to argue it. Done. What are we thinking about the outro? Because the outro is just like that last Wily stage and then the last Wily boss fight. This is kind of related to the refights thing. I'm kind of leaning towards that as well, Blow Off Alex. Oh, whoops. Thank you, Tyra. You know, I even color-coded this just to keep track of this crap, and I still screwed up. Yeah, I think I'm willing to give the outro a wash, which brings us to the refight. Now, they didn't do the refights as well as X1. You see what I mean by Magnet Beam, by the way? It's just always useful. Look at this. But at the same time, it's not as bad as most of the Mega Mans until we get to that last stage where it's just refight Fireman, refight Gutsman, refight whoever the other one is. Just back to back, right? With no variants. In fact, actually, the boss arenas are worse than the original arenas they're in. I hate this room so much. I almost lost gold on this. Actually, I did lose gold on this several times. It's like silver. I mean, never Trihexia? Also, I'm pretty sure X is substantially stronger than Mega Man even at his height, but as for how much, who knows? Ooh, gold. Okay. Anyways. I just wanted to show off Magnet Beam, but we've decided to give Magnet Beam a plus, so we're totally doing it. Alright. So that's that. So that just leaves a couple of basic questions. So we gave a plus for this, because of course we did. Yeah, none of that. We didn't give that, we didn't give that. Okay. So, that just leaves visual distinction. You know, how well can we tell what we're looking at? Sure has this. Give me a second. Visual distinction. Let me yell for a second here. Take off my headphones so I don't yell. Visual distinction and sound design are the two big ones I want to toss at you for thoughts. And then there's the last one, which we'll get to in a minute. What do we think about the sound design and about the visual distinction? By most accounts, yes, Dr. Winter. Okay, so. I admittedly don't know GoldenEye's music well enough to even comment on that. Like, I'm kind of leaning towards sound design being decent. I mean, it is, you know, there's pretty decent indicators, and it's distinct, and most sound is distinct from each other, and blah, blah, blah. But there's also sections where the sound glitches out or repeats the same thing. Looking at you, Yoko Blocks, so... Well, he didn't, Dr. Winter. He only built the original 6. I'm kind of with visual distinction. Honestly, the only visual distinction problem we gave a separate negative for, so I'm fine with giving a general visual distinction. Oh, I need to get... There we go. So, sound design. I'm willing to give it. I think it's decent sound. It's not great, but it's good sound design. Good sound design. That just leaves us with the big question. Replayability. What are we thinking? How replayable is Mega Man 1? Now, just about every Mega Man game kind of leans itself towards replayability by the very nature of how a Mega Man game functions. Stage select. So the very fact that stage select exists kind of leans any Mega Man game towards replayability. We even gave X6 and X3, and honestly, every X game except 7 and 8 got a replayable positive. And 7 didn't get it because it's garbage, and 8 didn't get it because it has stages which make the game actively antagonistic towards replaying. Now, this is kind of a sort of a question, because on the one hand, yeah, you could try different things and different routes. On the other hand, I don't want to do Iceman stage without the magnet beam again. You know? It's also not particularly hard. So there's definitely an ideal boss order, as there usually is. Do cut or guts first. Doesn't matter which. Just do one of the other first and get both of them. Then do Elect Man. Then do the rest in any order you want to, because you're sad. Doing it like that definitely lends itself more towards a more smooth playing experience. And I will freely admit, until this particular playthrough, I never actually played this in any other order. Like, I hadn't done that, which is, of course, one of the reasons why I ask you to decide our boss order so we can see how it works in random order. And yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards the same thing. For the same reason that we leaned away from giving a replay positive to X8, I think X1 doesn't deserve it. Unlike, to use a random example, Mega Man 2. Mega Man 2 is super replayable because, while there is a better order to do those, there's not an actually bad order to do the bosses in, right? Even if you do Quick Man without Flash Man, that is doable. In fact, in my speedrun, I usually do Quick Man without the Flash weapon because, you know, it's a Buster-only challenge. So in future Mega Man games, yeah, no, it's cool. Although there are some exceptions to that, too, because they really lean into the weapon weakness thing as of, I think, 3. And we'll talk about this again when we get to 3. But the point being, I'm leaning myself down from replayability for that. I don't think I'm going to give a negative to it. And it certainly doesn't have the problems that 8 does. But I think that there are issues which prevent it from being a full replayability. I'm going to get rid of the Big Eyes thing, because that's just covered in other stuff, which I think is it. Yep, that was the last big one, replayability. So, believe it or not, this is still a net positive game. That's why we do these audits. That's astonishing. A net positive of +2 to gameplay. that's just hang on. Let's figure out its golden number. It's probably going to be single digit. That's probably where we're going here. Oh my god. +2. It is still net positive. As I've said many times, some people don't understand the way the system works. So to be very, very clear about it, anything above 0 is good. Anything above 0 is good. Any net positive is exactly what it sounds like. There's obviously gradients of good, but again, even a golden number of 1 is still something that is a net positive game, right? We'll see if Mega Man 8 manages to be net positive. That's the other one I'm worried about, as I've said a few times. So that's, what's 22 divided by 60.36? I didn't think it wouldn't be net positive. That's just a 0, 2. It's a great song. No. Okay, so let's do a few calculations. And... Yep, nope. That pushes it up thanks to the various variables involved. Yes, it did, E-Treat. That gives us a golden number of 2.47. For a bit of perspective, that puts it up there with Battlestar Galactica, Halo Wars, Tower of Time, Dragon Quest. It puts it above Dragon Quest 1. So there you go. This is a better game than Dragon Quest 1. You can quote me on that. That's like 5. I don't know, Mr. It depends on what you count. All right, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and do my wrap up, and I'm going to eat some freaking lunch. And here's how this is going to work out. I'm going to eat my lunch. I'm going to do my wrap up. I'm going to try to get the rumination recorded and done. I don't know how long it's going to be. I will not come back at 3 Eastern Standard Time like I usually do. So one of two things is going to happen. I'm either going to come back later than usual because I'm doing all the post wrap up, or I'm not going to come back at all because they're doing a lot of loud work trying to replace my air conditioning unit. So that's where we're at. Obviously, there will always be a Twitter notification when I start streaming, and there will be a Discord announcement as well. We'll see. Either way, I will either see you later today or tomorrow.